Tonight, as the world quiets around you, let us drift into the ancient Persian night, where sacred fires never slept, and the soul was guided by light across the bridge of truth. Breathe softly. You're safe here, among seekers of calm and wonder. If these spiritual night journeys bring you peace, gently subscribe and tell me in the comments where you're listening from, or what time the stars find you tonight. You are not alone beneath this still sky. Chapter 1, The Whisper of Ashavan. Dawn of the faithful soul. There are moments in history so quiet, so inwardly luminous, that they seem to echo even when the world forgets them. In the dawn light of ancient Persia, among the winds that moved across the plains and mountains, a solitary voice began to speak of truth, not as dogma, but as a living path. His name was Zarathustra. He did not bring fear or promise gold. He brought order to the unseen and gave language to the soul's deepest intuition that every action, every word, every thought is part of a greater design. Before Zarathustra, the lands of the Iranian plateau were steeped in polytheism. The people prayed to many gods, spirits of fire, of storm, of fertility and death. Theirs was a world alive with divinities that shifted between favor and wrath. Offerings were made to appease unseen forces, and human life was bound by ritual repetition. Yet Zarathustra looked beyond the noise of this multiplicity and saw something radiant in its simplicity, a single, encompassing source of all goodness and wisdom. He called this divine intelligence Ahura Mazda, the wise Lord, not a being of thunder or flame, but the eternal mind that sustains harmony itself. Ahura Mazda was not distant. He existed in every truthful act, every moment of integrity, every pursuit of knowledge and compassion. But if there is light, there must also be shadow. In opposition stood Angra Mainyu, the destructive spirit, the whisperer of doubt and distortion. He was not a god of his own right, but a principle, the choice to deceive, to twist what is real into illusion. This cosmic duality formed the foundation of Zoroastrianism, one of humanity's earliest moral religions. Where older mythologies often saw good and evil as cycles or accidents, Zarathustra presented them as conscious paths. Life became a sacred decision. Every human being stood at the center of a vast moral balance, free to uphold Asha, the divine truth, or to fall into Druj. The lie. To live by Asha was to live in harmony with creation. It meant honesty in thought, clarity in speech, and righteousness in action. To turn toward Druj was to distort that balance, to live in falsehood and corruption. The soul, therefore, was not judged by its faith alone, but by the purity of its alignment with this eternal order. Imagine the early followers of Zarathustra, small groups gathered by rivers or in stone courtyards at dawn. The fire altar before them burned quietly, symbolizing the eternal presence of Ahura Mazda. Its flame did not demand sacrifice. It demanded remembrance. To tend the flame was to tend one's own consciousness, to keep the light of Asha alive within the world. Through the hymns known as the Gathas, Zarathustra spoke in verses both poetic and deeply practical. He urged humanity to think good thoughts, speak good words, and perform good deeds, the triad that sustains the cosmos. He taught that good and evil are not imposed from above, but chosen from within. This moral freedom was revolutionary. It placed cosmic responsibility in the hands of every person. No priest or ritual could erase deceit once it had been chosen. No offering could undo a will that turned from truth. Each soul carried its own record, a reflection of how faithfully it upheld Asha in the face of temptation. And yet, beneath this stern law ran a profound tenderness. Zarathustra did not envision a vengeful world, but a repairing one. He believed that every act of truth, no matter how small, helps to strengthen creation against the forces of decay. To tell the truth was not only a virtue, it was a form of cosmic participation. To lie, to exploit, to hate, was to wound reality itself. The earliest Zoroastrians came to see themselves as partners in the divine work. Their daily lives ploughing the earth, keeping the hearth, raising children, speaking kindly, were sacred tasks in a world that depended on human alignment with goodness. This was not mysticism meant for a temple's elite. It was a call to live consciously in every breath. When one studies the ancient Avestan texts, a sense of gentle rationality emerges. Zarathustra's faith sought understanding rather than blind submission. Ahura Mazda, he said, is wisdom itself. So to follow him is to pursue knowledge and right reason. The moral law was not arbitrary. It was built into the fabric of the universe, like the geometry of stars. Asha, in this way, became more than a moral rule. It was a principle of being. It governed the flow of rivers, the cycle of seasons, the honesty of speech, the fairness of trade. To act against Asha was to live out of rhythm with the cosmos, to create dissonance in the great harmony of existence, the opposite of Asha. Druge was not a mere lie told with words. It was every distortion that clouded the truth. Greed, cruelty, corruption. These were expressions of Druge. To purify oneself from them required not ritual cleansing, but moral awakening for the ancient Persians. The idea of the soul's destiny grew directly from this philosophy. Death was not an end, but a mirror. At the moment of departure, the soul would face the total of its own thoughts and deeds, not as a punishment, but as recognition. It would encounter the reality it had helped to create. Thus, the afterlife did not begin after the body ceased. It began with every conscious choice made in life. The followers of Zarathustra, called the Ashavans, those who follow Asha, lived with quiet discipline. They tended their fires, kept their hands clean from decay, spoke the truth even when silence was safer. They believed that when one dies, the soul lingers near the body for 3 days, experiencing the weight of its past actions. If it lived by truth, it feels fragrance, warmth, and ease. If it lived by lies, it feels foulness, cold. And feared it is through these moral sensations that the soul begins its approach to judgment, toward the fateful Chinvat Bridge, where the faithful pass into paradise and the deceitful fall into shadow. But even here, Zarathustra's vision holds compassion. No soul is created evil. Each has the capacity to return, to realign with truth, even in the farthest reaches of separation, when later faiths in the region, Judaism, Christianity, Islam, would develop their own visions of heaven and hell. Many of their ideas would trace faintly back to this Persian philosophy. The very notion of a moral reckoning, a final resurrection, a duality of good and evil under one God. These concepts were already fully formed in Zoroastrian thought thousands of years earlier, yet to call Zarathustra's faith a simple dualism is to miss its subtlety. He did not teach to equal gods locked in eternal war. He spoke instead of a divine truth temporarily opposed by ignorance. Angra Mainyu's deceit thrives only as long as humanity cooperates with it. The moment truth is chosen, illusion begins to dissolve. In this sense, Zoroastrianism is not merely an ancient religion. It is an ethics of awareness. Every human life, however humble, becomes a field of cosmic responsibility. Each day presents a new moment to purify the inner world, to speak with honesty, to act with integrity, to think with compassion. These are the small fires we tend within ourselves, the quiet reflections of Ahura Mazda's eternal flame. The sacred text says that Ahura Mazda created the world perfect, but he gave humans the freedom to maintain or destroy that perfection. He entrusted the defense of creation not to angels, but to awareness. To choose truth is to strengthen the very fabric of existence. To choose the lie is to participate in its unraveling. Zarathustra's teaching, then, is a meditation on consciousness. The battle of good and evil is not fought in distant heavens, but in the subtle spaces between our thoughts. The afterlife, as he envisioned it, is not a faraway land, but the natural continuation of the world we build within. In every kind word, every honest act, the soul is already stepping onto the bridge of light. When modern historians trace the roots of moral religion, they often find themselves returning to this quiet Iranian prophet. He is sometimes called the first monotheist, sometimes the first ethical philosopher, but beyond titles, Zarathustra remains a symbol of the human search for balance, the whisper reminding us that the sacred is not somewhere else. It is wherever truth is spoken. So, as the sacred fire flickers in the night wind, the followers of Asha continue their silent vigil. They do not shout their prayers. They tend them gently. They know that creation itself listens to the sincerity of the heart, and as you listen to their story, centuries old, yet always present, you might wonder, what is the truth you choose to keep burning within you? What bridge are you already crossing, even now, between the shadow and the light? Chapter 2: The Fire That Knows No Sleep. Across the silent landscapes of ancient Persia, small sanctuaries glowed through the night. In mountain temples and desert towns, a single fire burned without pause. It was not a blaze for warmth or war, nor for the cooking of food or sacrifice. It was a symbol, the visible eye of the divine. For the followers of Zarathustra, this fire was not merely an element. It was a presence. They called it Atar, the sacred flame of Ahura Mazda, the living mirror of truth. To look into its steady glow was to glimpse the unbroken rhythm of creation, light uncorrupted by deceit, warmth untouched by the cold hand of chaos. Fire, in Zoroastrian belief, was never an idol. It was not worshipped as a god, but honored as a bridge. The flame connected the seen and the unseen, matter and spirit, thought and action. It burned away impurity, revealing what was real beneath the ash of illusion. Each temple flame was tended with reverence and precision. The priests, known as Athravans, kept their hands clean, their minds focused, and their garments pure before approaching it. They spoke ancient prayers, not to summon the divine, but to maintain harmony with it. Every act from feeding the flame to stirring its embers was deliberate. Even the air that touched it was considered sacred. The Zoroastrians believed that truth itself had a light, a radiance that could neither be dimmed nor deceived. In every flame they saw a reflection of that truth, a reminder that divine order, or Asha, was alive in all things. To live by Asha was to keep one's inner fire unpolluted, to remain honest and clear, to resist the darkness of falsehood and decay in time. The great fire temples became the heart of spiritual life across Persia. The largest of these, Atash Barams, held fires said to have burned for centuries without interruption. Each one represented a union of purities, flames from a craftsman's hearth, a warrior's forge, a shepherd's campfire, and a king's palace, all purified and merged into one eternal light. Every morning, priests renewed the flame's vitality with dry wood and aromatic incense. They recited verses from the yasna, the liturgical heart of the Avesta, speaking words that echoed back to the prophet himself. The fire, as it was fed, did not roar or crackle violently. It breathed a soft pulse in the dim stillness of dawn to the faithful. This still-burning fire mirrored the soul's journey. The body might fall to dust, the world might shift and decay, but truth, like flame, endures. It transforms, but does not die. And so, tending the sacred fire was an act of remembering the soul's purpose, its alignment with the divine order, its need to burn away deceit. The Zoroastrian understanding of purity was not merely ritual, it was moral and cosmic. Cleanliness of body mirrored clarity of thought. Fire cleansed both. When one stood before the flame, one stood before conscience itself. Even outside the temples, fire marked every threshold of life, birth, prayer, marriage, death. A small flame was lit at each rite, symbolizing the ever-present witness of Ahura Mazda. It guided choices, sanctified vows, and illuminated the path of souls. The ancient Persians saw fire not only in the hearths of their homes, but in the stars above, the lightning in the clouds, and the sun that rose each morning. These were all expressions of the same divine essence. To them, the cosmos was a great fire temple, with the sun as its eternal altar. Yet, the sacred fire was not always bright and triumphant. Its silence carried lessons of humility. The priests spoke of it as a teacher, patient, precise, never hurried. It consumed only what was offered to it, transforming matter into light. In that transformation, they saw the secret of the afterlife. The soul, too, must pass through fire to be refined into purity when one dies. Zoroastrians believe the soul encounters its own deeds as light or shadow. It is the fire of truth that judges, not a person, not a deity of wrath, but the principle of Asha itself. The righteous pass through with ease, shining with clarity. The deceitful are scorched by the impurities they carried. Thus, every act in life feeds one of two fires, that of enlightenment or that of remorse. This moral symbolism made fire an ever-watchful companion. In the Zoroastrian home, a lamp might burn through the night, its light believed to repel the droge, the spirits of corruption. Even during mourning, the fire was kept alight to protect the soul of the departed. Silence gathered around it, a silence filled with unseen movement, as if the boundary between worlds had thinned in the empire's golden age. Under rulers like Darius and Xerxes, the sacred fire became not just a religious symbol, but a national one. It burned in royal courts and mountain shrines alike. To defile a fire was seen as an offense against both divine law and civic order. Yet, despite its centrality, Zoroastrianism resisted idolatry. No image of Ahura Mazda was set above the flame. The light itself was enough. Centuries later, when Persia's faiths shifted and new religions arose, many Zoroastrian fires were extinguished or hidden, but some endured. In Yazd, in India's coastal towns, and in the quiet chambers of mountain shrines, a few eternal fires still burn their origins, traced back more than 1,000 years. The priests who guard them still feed the flame 5 times a day, whispering ancient words that have outlived empires. Their devotion is not theatrical. It is steady, rhythmic, a continuation of a conversation that began when humanity first looked at light and saw spirit reflected there. Anthropologists sometimes describe this reverence as fire. Monotheism, a way of experiencing the divine through the clearest symbol of transformation. Yet beyond labels, what remains striking is the calm universality of the idea that truth, like flame, illuminates by consuming falsehood. That purity is not a punishment, but a release. Zoroastrian philosophy saw the world as a field of cooperation between humans and the divine. The fire was both witness and ally in that cooperation. It did not save by miracle. It guided by reminder. Every time a believer added fuel or cleared the ashes, they were symbolically renewing their moral life, tending the inner flame that resists corruption. There is something timeless about this gesture. To stand before fire, to feed it with care, to see one's reflection in its glow. These acts transcend culture. They belong to a universal language of stillness and reverence. One can imagine a priest, centuries ago, stepping quietly into a temple before sunrise. The stone floor is cool, the air scented with sandalwood. The flame breathes softly behind its bronze screen, unchanged by the passing of empires. He bows his head, whispers the Hashem Vohu. Truth is the best of all that is good, and the day begins. In that moment, religion, philosophy, and poetry become one. Fire is no longer just light. It is a mirror for consciousness itself. Perhaps that is why the Zoroastrians called fire the son of Ahura Mazda. It is born of divine will but lives among humans, asking only to be tended with respect. It does not demand faith, only sincerity. It does not speak, but it teaches endlessly. And like truth, it never sleeps. Through night and silence, through empires and extinction, the fire endures, awake, consuming the unreal, illuminating the real. You might picture it now, burning in some distant sanctuary. The same flame that once guided kings and prophets. Its light flickers softly, patient as time. And if you listen closely, not with the ears, but with that quiet place within, you may almost hear its whisper. Keep your fire clean. Keep your truth clear. The light you tend is the life you become. Chapter 3. The last breath before the bridge. When a Zoroastrian dies, the air itself seems to pause. The flame in the corner of the room flickers, but does not falter. Outside, the earth remains still, as if the boundaries between this world and the next have momentarily thinned. It is a silence unlike any other, neither grief nor emptiness, but a sacred suspension in the Zoroastrian faith. Death is not an ending, but a delicate transition, a passage that requires both purity and reverence. Life, they believed, was a temporary guardianship of divine order, Asha, and at death, the soul must return that responsibility with care. The moment of departure was treated with as much precision as a prayer. As the final breath leaves the body, the world around it becomes a consecrated space. The body, once a vessel of divine consciousness, is now vulnerable to the forces of corruption. In Zoroastrian teaching, these forces are not merely metaphors, but real presences, agents of decay, known as Druj, Nasu, the spirits of pollution and deceit, to protect the departing soul. The family does not cry out loudly or disturb the sacred stillness. Their mourning is inward, steady, and reverent. A small fire or lamp is lit nearby, symbolizing the eternal presence of Ahura Mazda's light. It must burn without interruption. Its purpose is twofold: to guide the soul through its unseen journey and to keep darkness at bay. For 3 nights, the soul remains near the body, not fully gone, not yet beyond. It lingers close, aware of its surroundings, recalling the life it has just left behind. The Zoroastrian scriptures describe this as a time of awareness and testing. The soul perceives the prayers spoken for it, the purity of the space, the devotion of those who stand in vigil. It also senses the subtle pull of the Druj, the whispering shadows that seek to confuse and corrupt. To guard the body and the lingering soul, priests are summoned. Their role is to maintain spiritual cleanliness and to perform the Gasana prayers, sacred recitations that protect the passage of the departed. No one may touch the body without ritual purification. Even those who prepare it for the next rites, the Nazbeh Salah, or caretakers of the dead, must follow strict rituals of washing, recitation, and distancing. In Zoroastrian cosmology, death marks the entry of Druj into the physical world, for death itself is seen as a corruption of the perfect creation. Thus, every precaution is taken to contain that impurity. The body is never buried directly into the earth nor burned, for both the ground and fire are sacred elements and must not be defiled. Instead, the deceased is gently laid upon a stone slab or wooden platform, and the ritual of cleansing begins. The body is washed with gomez, a purifying liquid traditionally made from the urine of a sacred animal, symbolizing divine cleansing power. This act is not one of desecration, but of sanctification. It restores the body's alignment with purity before it is placed in the open for its final dissolution. The soul, in these 3 days, experiences a mirror of its life. Zoroastrian texts describe that, on the dawn of the 4th day, judgment begins. But before that moment, before the crossing of the Chinvat Bridge, the soul remains close, reflecting, remembering, and waiting. During this liminal period, prayers are recited continuously. The Yasna and Vendadad contain specific invocations meant to ease the soul's passage. The family avoids contact with anything that might spread spiritual contamination, water, earth, or sacred fire. Everything is purified and enclosed within the vigil's silence. Even the walls of the home seem to listen in the stillness. One can imagine the faint echo of an ancient consciousness, the soul standing beside its own body, watching the faces of loved ones, sensing their quiet devotion. It may feel the tug of memory, the warmth of familiar places, the ache of unfinished words, yet the fire keeps its rhythm, reminding it that the time for clinging is over at night. The Zoroastrians light lamps in every corner. The flame's glow is soft, never harsh, steady enough to keep the shadows from lengthening. Each prayer whispered into the quiet is a bridge of light between the living and the dead. On the 3rd night, the priests perform the Uthana ceremony, the ritual of release. It is believed that by this time, the soul is ready to move toward the realm of truth and the forces of corruption lose their hold. Offerings of bread, fruit, and water are made, not as food for the spirit, but as symbols of gratitude for the life that was. The family prays not for the soul's return, but for its safe crossing. Then comes the dawn of the 4th day. The air grows cool, the horizon pale. In Zoroastrian cosmology, this is the hour of decision. The soul rises from the realm of the living and approaches the edge of the Chinvat Bridge, the bridge of separation. There, it will meet its own deeds, embodied as a radiant maiden or a foul creature, depending on the life it lived. But in these final moments before the bridge, there is a profound tenderness. The flame that guarded the home continues to burn, but its purpose has changed. It no longer protects the soul from the drudge. It now blesses the passage ahead. Philosophically, these 3 nights represent the transition of awareness from attachment to reflection, from reflection to truth. The lingering soul, though unseen, moves gradually from confusion toward clarity. The fire, the prayers, and the silence are all gentle guides in this invisible journey. For anthropologists, this ritual sequence is a remarkable system of moral continuity. It reflects a worldview in which purity, order, and cosmic balance extend beyond life itself. Death is not a break in existence, but a continuation of responsibility. The soul must answer for its harmony or its dissonance with Asha. There is, too, a psychological depth in these customs. The 3-night vigil allows the living to release their attachment gradually, transforming grief into reverence. It ensures that death is acknowledged not as an intrusion but as a sacred interval in the rhythm of being. In Zoroastrian thought, even corruption has purpose. The decay of the body returns its matter to the world, but the spirit, refined by its confrontation with truth, continues onward. The careful separation of soul and flesh is thus both spiritual and ecological. Nothing is wasted. Everything is restored. When the priests complete their duties, they wash once more, reciting prayers to cleanse themselves of any residue of death. The room is purified with fragrant smoke, and the sacred fire is rekindled, not as memorial, but as renewal. Life, too, must continue to burn. And yet, behind these precise rites, lies something quietly human. The awareness that death cannot be rushed. The Zoroastrians, with all their cosmic discipline, still left space for mystery. For the soul's journey is unseen, and the bridge it must cross is both literal and symbolic, a meeting of the known and the unknowable. It is said that even Ahura Mazda watches silently during those 3 nights, granting the soul the freedom to remember, to understand, to prepare. No divine intervention is offered, only the steady presence of light, waiting. Perhaps that is why the Zoroastrian death ritual feels less like an ending and more like a vigil of truth. Every action, every flame, every prayer whispers the same message. Purity is not imposed. It is revealed as the final night fades, and the soul takes its first step toward the bridge. The fire burns on small but eternal, awake within the silence. The living will soon extinguish it, for the vigil has ended. But the light, once kindled, never truly dies. It travels with the soul across the unseen threshold, into the realm where truth alone has formed. And so, the last breath is not an exhalation of despair, but a soft surrender, the moment when the human flame is returned to the greater fire. Chapter 4. The Bridge of Separation. The Chinvat awaits in the quiet expanse between life and eternity. The soul arrives at a crossing. It is said to appear as dawn touches the 4th day, when the remembrance of earth begins to fade and the vast silence of the afterworld calls. This is the moment all Zoroastrians awaited, the approach to the Chinvat Bridge, the bridge of separation. The Chinvat is not a place one can walk to, nor a structure of wood or stone. It is a bridge woven from truth itself, suspended between 2 realities, the world of the living and the unseen world of spirit. Here, every human being must pass. None are exempt, for this bridge is not built from geography, but from the moral pattern of one's life. According to the Avesta, the sacred scripture of Zoroastrianism, the Chinvat Bridge stands at the meeting point of time and eternity. It is guarded and overseen by three divine judges: Mithra, the Lord of Covenant and Light; Rashnu, the Spirit of Truth and Balance; and Shrasha, the embodiment of divine obedience and moral consciousness. Together, they serve not as executioners, but as instruments of perfect justice. In this faith, judgment is not imposed from without. It unfolds naturally, like the turning of the seasons. Each thought, each word, and each deed has weight. When life ends, that weight cannot be hidden or erased. It draws the soul to its rightful place. To live in harmony with Asha, the divine order, the cosmic truth, is to build a wide and stable bridge for one's crossing. To live in falsehood, Druj, is to weaken it until it narrows into a perilous thread. The texts describe how, as the soul approaches the Chinvat, it is met by its own conscience, personified as a maiden. To the righteous, she appears beautiful, radiant, and kind. She greets the soul gently, saying, "I am your own good thoughts, words, and deeds, your companion made visible." But to the deceitful and impure, the same figure appears dark and terrible, her presence heavy with the weight of their neglect. It is not punishment she brings, but reflection, the pure mirror of what the soul has chosen to be. The Chinvat Bridge, then, is not only a crossing, it is revelation. Here, truth ceases to be an idea and becomes an experience. For the virtuous, the bridge broadens, gleaming with light. They step forward with ease, crossing into the realm known as Guardman, the House of Song. It is the paradise of Zoroastrian teaching, described as a place of endless illumination, where souls live in harmony with Ahura Mazda and the Amasia, Spentus, the holy immortals. There is no pain there, no hunger, no shadow, only the resonance of truth. For the wicked, however, the Chinvat narrows to a knife's edge. Beneath it yawns a dark abyss, Duzak, the house of lies. As they attempt to cross, their own weight, the burden of deceit, greed, cruelty, pulls them down. There is no external condemnation. The fall is simply the natural result of imbalance. They are drawn toward the darkness they have created within themselves. Yet even this descent is not eternal. Zoroastrianism differs profoundly from many other ancient religions in its view of judgment. Its justice is not based on endless torment or divine wrath, but on purification and restoration. Evil is not an equal force to good. It is a distortion, a temporary shadow. The soul's fall is tragic, but not final. Eventually, in the cosmic timeline, all souls will be purified and reunited with light. This perspective reveals a moral system both strict and compassionate. Every action matters. Every word carries weight. But divine justice is never cruel. It is a process of rebalancing, of returning harmony to the universe. In Zoroastrian tradition, the three judges of the bridge each hold symbolic power. Mithra, the radiant guardian of covenants, represents integrity and promise. Rashnu, whose name means the straight one, stands with the scales of justice, weighing truth and deceit with perfect precision. Shrasha, whose name means listening, embodies conscience itself, the awareness that keeps humanity aligned with divine law. Together, they form a triad of spiritual discernment, illumination, balance, and awareness. The soul that reaches them cannot hide behind ritual or reputation. It stands in the full transparency of what it has become anthropologically. The Chinvat Bridge represents one of the earliest moral metaphors for posthumous judgment in human history. Centuries before Abrahamic religions developed their own doctrines of heaven and hell, the Persians envisioned a path where ethics were not imposed by decree but revealed through cosmic truth. Philosophically, this concept carries immense depth. It suggests that morality is not merely human invention, but a structural law of existence. That truth itself is a dimension of reality, and to align with it is to live in stability, while to oppose it is to collapse inward. The image of the bridge echoes across cultures. The ancient Egyptians imagined the weighing of the heart before Osiris. In Islam, a Sirat bridge appears, razor-thin, leading over the fires of hell. In Norse mythology, the Bifrost connects mortal and divine realms, fragile yet luminous. But the Chinvat predates them all and remains distinct in tone. It is not a test of fear but of order, not divine tyranny but divine equilibrium. Still, there is something hauntingly intimate about the Chinvat. Unlike the grand celestial trials of other faiths, it is deeply personal. The bridge one crosses is one's own life. Every honest word widens it, every lie narrows it. And when the time comes, one walks it alone, accompanied only by the presence of one's deeds, whether as comfort or condemnation. In this way, Zoroastrian eschatology transforms ethics into architecture. The moral world and the physical world mirror each other. Bound by Asha, the bridge is both symbolic and literal, existing not in some distant heaven, but within the moral structure of the cosmos. Those who pass safely into the house of song are said to join the company of the Amasia Spentus, immortal emanations of Ahura Mazda's own nature. Vohumana, good mind, Asha Vahishta, truth, Kashathra, Varia, desirable dominion, Spenta Amity, devotion, Horvatit, wholeness, and Emeritit, immortality. Each represents a quality of divine perfection. The soul that reaches them partakes in those same virtues, thought refined into light, emotion purified into peace. Those who fall, on the other hand, experience the house of lies not as fiery torture, but as suffocating darkness, the absence of truth, the echo of their own falsehood. In that realm, there is no Ahura Mazda, no order, only confusion, isolation, and the gnawing awareness of distance from light. Yet even here, Zoroastrian belief holds a quiet hope. The final restoration, the Frashokereti, will one day come. All souls, no matter how deep they have fallen, will be cleansed in molten metal that feels like warm milk to the righteous, but burns away the impurity of the wicked. In that purified universe, even Angraminyu, the spirit of deceit, will vanish. The bridge will then no longer divide, for all creation will stand united in truth until that distant dawn. Each life remains a thread in the weaving of cosmic balance. Every moment is a step upon an invisible bridge. Each choice, a movement toward, widening or narrowing its path. For the Zoroastrian, this awareness shapes every act. To speak truthfully, to think with kindness, to live with integrity. These are not merely moral ideals, but existential necessities. The Chinvat awaits not to punish, but to reveal as the soul approaches it. There is no thunder, no judgmental deity with gavel in hand, only silence. The same silence that follows one's last breath, and within it, the quiet realization that every action was a word in the language of the universe. And now, the universe is speaking back. The bridge gleams faintly in that stillness, stretching beyond the horizon. The maiden waits, her face neither cruel nor kind, but truthful. The three divine beings watch, not with condemnation, but with balance. And the soul takes its first step. Will the bridge widen beneath its feet, opening into light and song? Or will it narrow, sharp and cold, beneath the weight of untruth? That answer is already written, not in books, not in prayers, but in the rhythm of every life that ever was. Chapter 5. The fragrance of heaven, the house of song. When the soul crosses the Chinvat Bridge and finds itself declared righteous, the air begins to change. What was once still and uncertain now stirs, with warmth, with scent, with sound. A gentle fragrance moves through the unseen, like the breath of spring over an eternal dawn. The ancient texts of the Zoroastrians call this place Guardman, the house of song. It is not a kingdom, not a garden in the earthly sense, but a realm of harmony so pure that words themselves falter before it. The Avesta, the sacred scripture of Zoroastrianism, describes Guardman not as a location but as a state of perfect existence. Here, Ahura Mazda, the wise Lord, is fully known. There is no deception, no shadow, no hunger, no grief. Everything that lives here is aware, awake, and radiant with divine truth. In this realm, the soul becomes what it always was meant to be, a being of light, aligned with Asha, the cosmic order of truth and goodness, the soul's first awareness in heaven. According to tradition, is one of fragrance. The scent of righteousness fills the air, a sweetness said to arise from the good thoughts, good words, and good deeds accumulated during life. This perfume is the echo of a moral life. It is the soul's own harvest, distilled into light and scent. The ancient Persians believed that the atmosphere of heaven was not air as we know it, but pure song and purity, vibrations of thought and devotion that never end. There are no thrones in the house of song, no golden halls or jeweled walls. For the Zoroastrians, paradise was not a reward of wealth or status, but of awareness. The righteous soul joins the chorus of creation itself, the music of order, where every being is a note in an eternal hymn to Ahura Mazda. The song is not sung to God, but with him, philosophically, this image reveals something profound about Zoroastrian thought. Heaven is not separate from the divine. It is the realization of unity with divine consciousness. To dwell in Guardman is to experience existence without distortion, the direct perception of truth, unfiltered by matter or illusion. In the Bundahishan, a later Zoroastrian cosmological text, it is said that those who reach the house of song are filled with joy that knows no end. This joy is not the excitement of earthly pleasures, but a deep equilibrium, an infinite stillness that vibrates with life. The righteous souls stand together in the radiance of Ahura Mazda, not as subjects or worshippers, but as luminous beings reflecting the divine attributes, wisdom, truth, and righteousness. In this paradise, even communication transcends speech. Thought itself becomes communion. To think of another soul is to be present with it. To remember the divine is to merge into its brilliance. The house of song is not crowded, for it has no boundaries. It is vast, unending, and without division. The Zoroastrians were among the first in recorded history to imagine heaven as an ethical destination, not a realm reserved for the privileged or the initiated, but for those who lived by truth and compassion. Heaven, in this view, is the natural continuation of goodness. Just as a seed grows into a flower, the good life unfolds into eternal light. Yet one might wonder, what does it mean to sing in heaven? What is the song of a soul? Perhaps it is the resonance of every pure intention, every act of kindness, every moment of truth spoken despite fear. These become tones in the celestial harmony. The house of song is, in that sense, the archive of virtue, a living memory of everything that once brought goodness into the world. In Avestan prayers, the righteous often invoke the Amashas, the 7 divine emanations of Ahura Mazda. They are not separate gods, but reflections of divine attributes: good mind, truth, devotion, wholeness, dominion, immortality, and holy serenity. Each is said to dwell eternally in the house of song, guiding and embracing the souls who arrive. The presence of these entities means that paradise is not empty light, it is structured harmony, where divine qualities form the pillars of being itself. Guardman is also deeply symbolic. For the Zoroastrians, fire and light were sacred not merely for their physical warmth, but because they represented consciousness and purity. In the afterlife, that symbolism becomes reality. The soul no longer keeps vigil beside earthly fire. It becomes part of the eternal flame. The same fire once tended in temple altars burns here without smoke, without fuel, without end. In contrast to many later theologies, Zoroastrian heaven is not a place of eternal rest in the sense of sleep or stillness. It is dynamic. It is peace in motion, order without stagnation. Every moment is filled with awareness, but never exhaustion. The soul participates in the ongoing perfection of creation. This vision of heaven also carries an ethical mirror. If the highest bliss is awareness, then the path toward it begins in thought. The entire religion of Zoroaster revolves around the triad, Humata, Hukta, Huvashta, good thoughts, good words, good deeds. Each of these is a vibration, a seed of harmony that shapes both this life and the next. When a person thinks rightly, speaks truthfully, and acts kindly, they are already participating in Guardmen, even while alive. Some scholars have drawn parallels between the House of Song and later concepts found in Abrahamic traditions: heaven as light, the righteous singing praises, the unity with divine presence. It is possible that through Persian influence during the Babylonian exile, these Zoroastrian ideas echoed into Judaism and later Christianity and Islam. The very notion of a moral afterlife, of reward for goodness and consequence for deceit, found one of its earliest organized forms here, and yet the Zoroastrian heaven remains unique. It is less about submission and more about harmony. It is not a kingdom ruled by decree, but a melody sustained by truth. Each soul that joins it strengthens the cosmic order. Paradise is thus not only a destination, but a restoration, a repair of what falsehood once broke. For the listener, drifting now into calm reflection, imagine this paradise not as a place of unreachable perfection, but as a state of clarity within all existence. The same light that fills Guardman flickers within every act of kindness here on earth. The same music that fills the heavens whispers through conscience. That quiet sense of rightness that guides us even when unseen. The ancient priests, when describing the moment a righteous soul arrives, said that it is welcomed by a maiden, the dam. She is not an angel, but the soul's own spiritual reflection, the embodiment of its moral life. To those who lived truthfully, she appears beautiful, radiant, fragrant, and smiling. She leads the soul gently by the hand, saying, "You are come to a world where joy never ends." But to those who lived in deceit, She appears decayed, foul, and sorrowful, a mirror of one's inner state. In the house of song, the dam no longer speaks. Her voice dissolves into the harmony. The soul needs no guide, for all paths converge into one, the infinite awareness of Ahura Mazda, as the soul settles into that luminous chorus. Individuality does not vanish. Instead, it becomes transparent. Like a flame joining 1,000 others, it loses nothing of itself but gains the radiance of all. Zoroastrian theology calls this the best. Existence Vahishtam and Weem. It is both the reward and the restoration of creation's intended balance. Evil, in this vision, is not eternal. In time, all falsehoods dissolve, and even the lost will find renewal. The House of Song stands as the promise that light endures beyond shadow, that the music of truth, once begun, can never be silenced in the quiet of night, as one drifts towards sleep. This idea hums softly, that peace is not absence, but harmony, that heaven is not distance, but awareness, that perhaps, somewhere within the stillness of your own being, a faint note of that eternal song is already being sung. And if all creation is indeed a hymn, then maybe, just maybe, every act of goodness here adds one more tone to the endless harmony of the House of Song. Chapter 6. The Scent of Smoke. The House of Lisan. The ancient Zoroastrian imagination. Darkness was never a realm of absolute despair. It was not eternal, nor ruled by some equal adversary to the divine. Darkness, they believed, was merely the absence of truth, a distortion of light, not its rival. To step away from Asha, the sacred order of truth and righteousness, was to lose harmony with existence itself. And that loss, that inner twisting, was what the Persians called Druj. From that word came Duzak, the house of lies. Duzak is not hell in the Christian sense. There are no demons with pitchforks, no eternal fires meant to torment. Instead, it is described as a state of being, a realm experienced by souls weighed down by their own falsehoods. The Zoroastrian soul does not fall into damnation. It enters a reflection of itself. For the untruthful, the impure, the cruel, the greedy Duzak is not imposed from above, but born from within. In the Vendidad and later Pahlavi texts, this realm is depicted vividly yet symbolically. When a wicked soul reaches the Chinvat Bridge, the same crossing that widens into radiant light for the righteous, it instead narrows to a blade's edge. Beneath it yawns an abyss, cold, dark, foul-smelling. The soul trembles, unable to cross, and falls into the house of lies. The Zoroastrians described this place as filled with choking smoke and unbearable stench, the spiritual inversion of God, the House of Song. Here there is no fragrance, only corruption. No music, only the echo of dissonance. The fire that once symbolized purity now burns without warmth, its smoke clinging to everything like regret. This imagery was not meant to terrorize. It was moral, psychological, and profoundly introspective. The Bundahishan tells us that this state reflects a simple truth. When one lives deceitfully, one's inner world becomes polluted. Lies cloud perception. Greed consumes meaning. Cruelty extinguishes empathy. The house of lies is thus the soul's confrontation with the very qualities it nurtured in life. In one ancient passage, it is said that the soul sees its own self as hideous and realizes that every untruth, every harmful act was not forgotten, but recorded in the structure of its being. The punishment is recognition. The pain is awareness. In this way, Duzak is both consequence and purification, and yet, even here, Ahura Mazda's compassion remains. The Zoroastrian faith is not one of eternal condemnation. The wise Lord does not abandon his creation. Even the darkest corners of existence are seen as temporary, subject to the eventual triumph of light. For Zoroastrians, no soul is created evil. Evil is a sickness, not a nature, and all sickness can be healed. The doctrine of Frashokereti, the final renewal of the world, assures that one day every soul will be purified. When time reaches its end, all evil will be burned away, not by cruelty, but by divine fire, the same sacred element that brings warmth and illumination. This is the ultimate act of mercy, that even the damned are not forgotten, and the false will one day be made true. But before that renewal, the soul must pass through Duzak's lessons. The Arda Viraf Namag, a visionary Middle Persian text written centuries after the earliest Avestan hymns, describes a priest named Arda Viraf who journeys through the afterlife, guided by angels through both paradise and the realms of punishment. In his visions of Duzak, he sees souls enduring torments shaped precisely to their misdeeds. Those who deceived are trapped in choking vapors. Those who oppressed others feel perpetual burden. The greedy wade through filth that they once hoarded as wealth, yet the tone of these descriptions is not sadistic. The punishments are moral mirrors, not eternal tortures. Each is designed for recognition and cleansing, the reordering of the soul's imbalance. The experience of pain is the realization of the harm one has caused. It is the soul's slow awakening to truth. The house of lies is filled not with fire, but with the absence of true flame. Light exists there, but dim and flickering, unable to comfort. Coldness dominates because warmth belongs to truth, and in this shadowed realm, truth has been estranged. The Zoroastrians did not imagine Duzak as a place of divine wrath, but as a necessary reflection of divine justice. To heal, one must see. To see, one must face what has been hidden. Anthropologically, this vision reflects one of the earliest moral universes in recorded history, where cosmic order and ethical behavior are intertwined. In a world where gods often rewarded devotion over morality, Zoroaster proposed a radical idea that truth itself is sacred, and that every lie spoken or lived fractures the very structure of reality. To live by Druj is not simply to offend the divine. It is to participate in the corruption of existence. In that sense, the House of Lies is not just an afterlife doctrine. It is a reflection of daily life. Every small deceit, every act of cruelty is a momentary step into Duz, and every truth spoken, every kindness done, is a breath of the house of song. But what does redemption look like within this framework? In Zoroastrian eschatology, redemption is illumination, the gradual return of awareness. The soul in Duzak suffers not because it is unloved, but because it resists seeing what it has become. When awareness dawns, when humility returns, when the heart yearns for truth once more, the bridge begins to widen. The soul ascends. There is a profound tenderness hidden in this vision. Even punishment is guided by compassion. Even darkness is lit by the faint, watchful eye of the divine. Ahura Mazda's justice is restorative, not vengeful. Every soul is given the chance to understand, to learn, to become whole again. Some later Zoroastrian philosophers saw this process as akin to refining metal. Impurities must be burned away before the metal can shine. The pain of purification is temporary, but the result is eternal. In this metaphor, Duzak becomes the furnace of transformation, frightening, yes, but necessary for the return to divine harmony. The moral dimension of this teaching has long fascinated historians of religion. It suggests one of humanity's earliest ethical systems rooted in conscience, long before ideas of eternal heaven or hell dominated Western theology. Zoroastrianism presented a universe where good and evil are active choices, where consequences are natural, not imposed. Imagine then the soul descending through the smoke, realizing that every moment of cruelty, every false word, every neglected kindness has shaped the world and itself. The coldness it feels is not a punishment from outside. It is the chill of separation from the warmth of truth. The stench that fills the air is not brimstone, but the lingering odor of corruption, the byproduct of moral decay. And yet, through the smoke, a light still glows faintly. The soul senses that it is being seen, watched, not condemned, but called to awaken in the quiet vision of the Magi. This is where the long work of healing begins. Slowly, the soul remembers its nature. Slowly, it reaches toward the distant radiance of Asha. The fire of Ahura Mazda waits beyond, not to destroy, but to cleanse. The Zoroastrian dualism of light and dark, truth and lie, does not end in conflict. It ends in restoration. Even Angra Mai knew the destructive spirit is not destined to reign forever. In the final act of time, the falsehoods he brought into being will collapse, leaving only the original harmony of creation. When that moment comes, every soul, even those that have wandered deepest into the house of lies, will emerge purified, singing once more in the eternal light. It is a vision of justice that does not forget mercy, of punishment that exists not to destroy, but to restore, and of a divine truth that never abandons what it created. So, when we speak of Duzak, we are not speaking only of hell. We are speaking of the long night of the soul, the necessary silence before dawn. And perhaps that is what makes this ancient belief so moving, that even in a universe divided between light and dark, the final word is not division, but return. The smoke clears, the cold fades, and the soul, once lost in the house of lies, finds again the fragrance of truth. Chapter 7. The Dawning of Frashokereti, Renewal of the World in Zoroastrian Thought. The story of existence is not one of endless conflict, but of healing. It begins in struggle, but ends in restoration. The word for this final renewal is Frashokereti, a term that carries both gravity and grace. It means the making fresh again, the renewal of all creation. Unlike many apocalyptic visions in other ancient faiths, Zoroastrianism does not imagine the end as annihilation or divine vengeance. Instead, it foresees a great purification, a cleansing fire that refines rather than destroys. The universe, long divided between truth and the lie, between light and shadow, is restored to its intended wholeness. It is a vision not of final despair, but of completion, harmony, and peace. To understand Frashokereti, one must first understand the essence of time in Zoroastrian cosmology. Ahura Mazda, the wise lord, did not create a world condemned to eternal opposition. Time was given a purpose, a vast cycle within which good and evil contend, evolve, and ultimately resolve. This cycle, stretching over 12 millennia according to traditional Zoroastrian chronology, leads toward a final purification where every atom of creation is renewed. The Pahlavi texts, composed centuries after the Avestan hymns, describe this renewal in vivid symbolic detail. They speak of a time when Soshiant, the final savior, will appear. Born of a miraculous conception, Soshiant is the culmination of divine will and human virtue, the one who brings about the resurrection of the dead and the transfiguration of the world in those texts. The dead are said to rise from the earth, their bodies restored, their souls reunited. Mountains flatten, valleys lift, and all the lands of creation become one plain. The molten river of metal that once seemed a punishment in Duzak, the house of lies, now becomes an instrument of cleansing. It flows across the world, and all beings must pass through it. For the righteous, it feels like walking through warm milk. For the wicked, it burns, but not forever. Even the pain is purgative, washing away the stains of deception and selfishness. The fire of Frashokereti is not vengeful. It is the universe's act of remembering itself, the moment when creation realigns with its original truth. Every impurity, every falsehood, every distortion of being is corrected through the refining flame. And then, as the fire cools, a new world emerges. In this renewed world, there is no hunger, no death, no decay. The Gathas, the most ancient hymns attributed to Zarathustra himself, speak of existence as Asha, truth, order, and radiant harmony. That divine order, disrupted by Angra Mainyu's intrusion, is finally restored. The duality that once defined life dissolves. Angra Mainyu, the spirit of the lie, is rendered powerless, not slain, but neutralized. Deprived of deception and distortion, here lies a profound philosophical note. Evil in Zoroastrianism is not eternal. It is parasitic, dependent on the good it seeks to corrupt. When the good is fully realized, evil has no ground on which to stand. It simply vanishes, not by force, but by the exhaustion of its illusion. Imagine, for a moment, what that means. A universe where even the forces of opposition are healed. A cosmos where every wound of creation closes in light. The fire that once divided becomes the same flame that unites. The souls that once wandered in darkness find themselves drawn again toward Ahura, Mazda's radiant presence. Scholars often note how this Zoroastrian vision may have influenced later religious traditions, particularly the Jewish, Christian, and Islamic ideas of resurrection and final judgment. Yet while those systems often retained elements of eternal damnation, Zoroastrianism quietly held to its hopeful center that every soul, no matter how lost, is destined for eventual purification. Then is not merely a cosmic event. It is a moral truth expressed through mythic time. Each good act, each honest thought, each moment of compassion contributes to it. Every choice aligns a fragment of the world closer to the coming restoration. Time itself is a field of moral struggle, and human participation shapes its outcome. To the ancient Zoroastrians, life was a sacred collaboration with the divine, a daily alignment with Asha, the truth that sustains reality. In choosing right action over deceit, one helped hasten the world's renewal. In this way, the end of time was not something to await passively, but to cultivate actively through one's own inner purification. There is also a quiet beauty in how Zoroastrian eschatology envisions continuity rather than final erasure. The world is not replaced, but cleansed. Matter is not evil, but sacredly repairable. The earth, water, and fire, the holy elements, are all restored to their primal clarity. In this renewal, even the boundaries between the living and the dead dissolve. For all existence is woven into a single divine fabric. When the resurrection comes, Says the Bundahishan, the resurrected will eat spiritual food that grants immortality. Their bodies will be eternal, neither aging nor decaying. Animals will no longer prey upon one another. Winter will never return. All languages will merge into one, the speech of truth. The cosmos will finally breathe in peace. And yet, beyond these visions lies a subtle question. Is Frashokereti only a future event, or is it also a present possibility? Many Zoroastrian thinkers, especially in later centuries, have suggested that the final renewal is mirrored within every human soul. Each person's spiritual journey echoes the universe's. When one dispels the inner lie, the small darkness of ego, greed or anger, one participates in the same cosmic cleansing that will one day transform all creation. In this sense, the end of the world is also the beginning of understanding. Frashokereti happens both in eternity and in the quiet revolutions of conscience. It is the still point where time meets timelessness, where truth, long obscured, becomes visible again. Zarathustra's faith was never only about fear of divine punishment. It was about trust in divine order. The wise one teaches that existence bends toward Asha, toward truth. Even if the journey seems long, even if the world appears broken, its destination is restoration. That is the pulse beneath Zoroastrian ethics, the certainty that good, by its very nature, will prevail in later centuries. Under the Achaemenid kings and through the Sasanian priests, this doctrine gave people a profound hope. Empires could rise and fall, cities could vanish into dust, but the moral architecture of the cosmos remained steady. Time itself was moving toward correction. History was not a cycle of futility, but a pilgrimage toward purification. And so, the myth of Frashokereti became not only theology, but comfort, a way of seeing all loss as temporary, all struggle as part of the great refinement. Even pain, even the suffering of the house of lies, found meaning when placed within the frame of eventual healing. When the Saoshyant completes his work, the texts say, the dead will rise singing. They will recognize one another, and no one will envy or despise. The sun will shine without setting, and the sky will never darken again. Time itself will cease to wound in that moment. Ahura Mazda's creation becomes as it was always meant to be, eternal, luminous, indivisible, and yet, in the silence that follows, one might wonder, perhaps the renewal has already begun in small ways unseen. Each truth spoken, each kindness given, each deception dissolved. Are these not fragments of the world remade? Maybe Frashokereti is not waiting for us at the end of time. Maybe it is the gentle dawn that begins whenever a soul turns back toward the light. Chapter 8. The 3 Nights of Waiting in Zoroastrian Belief. Death is not an end, but a crossing. It is a passage from the seen to the unseen, a quiet moment in which the soul begins to understand the truth of its own life. When the last breath leaves the body, the soul does not vanish instantly into eternity. It lingers. For 3 nights, it waits, suspended between worlds, surrounded by the echoes of what it once thought, spoke, and did. These 3 nights are among the most intimate mysteries of Zoroastrianism. They reveal how deeply this ancient faith wove moral consciousness into the fabric of cosmic order. The soul, or Irvin, becomes a witness to its own record. It encounters not an external judge, but the reflection of its own truth. In the first night, tradition says, the soul remains near the body. The physical form, now empty, is treated with careful reverence. For the Zoroastrians, The body of the deceased was no longer merely a vessel. It had become vulnerable to druge, the force of pollution. Yet it was not feared. Priests and family members performed the sacred Gesana prayers, calling upon Ahura Mazda and the guardian spirits to protect the departing soul. The space where the body rested was purified by fire. A small flame, kept burning continuously, symbolized divine presence and served to repel corruption. In that glow, the soul was believed to linger, aware of both the earthly morning and the unseen path ahead. By the second night, the soul begins to experience the true shape of its moral life. The Avestan texts describe this as a vision, the meeting of the Dam, the spiritual counterpart born from one's deeds, thoughts, and words. For those who lived truthfully, aligned with Asha, the Dam appears as a radiant maiden, graceful and fragrant, whose beauty reflects the goodness of the soul's earthly life. She greets the soul with gentle words, "I am your own good thoughts." Words and deeds, but for the deceitful, those who walked in the shadow of the lie, the Dam appears twisted and foul, a dark mirror of the harm they created. In this vision, there is no external punishment, only recognition. The soul sees what it is made of itself. This teaching captures something profound, that divine justice, in the Zoroastrian sense, is not arbitrary or imposed. It is self-revealing. The afterlife is not a court. It is a mirror, and that mirror, held up across 3 nights of waiting, reflects the soul's alignment with truth or with falsehood. By the 3rd night, the soul grows restless, sensing the coming judgment at the Chinvat Bridge, the bridge of separation. This is the threshold between worlds, where each soul must pass to reach either the luminous house of song or the shadowed house of lies. On this night, the living still play a role. Families continue to pray, to tend the flame, to offer recitations from the yasna and the vendetta. Food offerings are made, not as gifts for the dead, but as acts of remembrance and compassion. Every rite, every whispered prayer, is believed to bring comfort to the waiting soul, even today. Among modern Zoroastrian communities, these 3 nights remain sacred. Lamps are kept lit, fragrant sandalwood or frankincense is burned. The home becomes a place of vigil, not of fear, but of gentle awareness. In ancient practice, mourners would gather quietly near the fire, repeating prayers that affirm the continuity of the soul's journey. The atmosphere was one of serenity rather than sorrow. For Zoroastrians, death was a moment of transition guided by divine order, not an interruption of it. The priests, or would remind the family that the soul's passage depended on its alignment with Asha, the truth. What the living could do was uphold purity, maintain prayer, and offer light. By keeping the sacred fire alive, they mirrored Ahura Mazda's own sustaining flame, guiding the soul toward clarity. When dawn breaks after the 3rd night, the soul departs toward the bridge. But in those final hours, as the world softens between light and shadow, something tender unfolds. The soul, in its unseen awareness, looks back one last time. It feels gratitude for the prayers spoken, for the small lights left burning, for the love that continues to hold it. The rituals performed by the living were never seen as mere superstition. They carried a moral purpose to maintain cosmic balance even in death. When a body was handled, it was done with strict observance to prevent the spread of impurity to earth, fire or water, each a sacred element. The ancient funerary structure known as the Dakma, or Tower of Silence, was designed for this reason. By exposing the body to sunlight and scavenging birds, the Zoroastrians avoided contaminating the elements, preserving the world's purity as the soul began its journey. Every act of care, every preservation of cleanliness was both spiritual and ecological. Death did not sever one's responsibility to the world, it transformed it. The soul left behind a trail of purity or defilement, and the living carried the duty of purification forward. It's worth pausing here to consider the quiet brilliance of this worldview, where many traditions frame death in terms of divine punishment or reward. Zoroastrianism frames it as correspondence, a moral resonance between one's actions and the universe itself. Nothing is hidden. Nothing is erased. Each thought becomes part of the record the soul must face. Each good deed becomes light upon the bridge. And yet, even the impure soul is not abandoned. As the previous chapters described, purification and eventual redemption remain possible. No night is eternal. The 3 nights of waiting can thus be seen as a miniature of the greater cosmic drama, the tension between truth and falsehood, between awareness and ignorance. In the space between death and rebirth, the soul experiences its own Frashokereti, its own moment of recognition and renewal. The texts tell us that on the morning of the 4th day, the soul rises. It moves toward the mountains of Alborz, where the Chinvat Bridge awaits. The guardians stand ready: Mithra, the god of covenant; Shrasha, the spirit of obedience and divine hearing; and Rashnu, the angel of justice. Together, they weigh the soul's deeds. The good and the bad are balanced. If the scale tips toward truth, the bridge widens and the soul crosses with ease. If it tips toward deceit, the bridge narrows, and the soul falls into darkness. But these 3 days before the crossing, these are for awareness. They are the soul's chance to see clearly before judgment. They are nights of reflection, not punishment. Perhaps that is why the Zoroastrian funerary prayers emphasize calm acceptance rather than despair. They speak of the soul's peace, its awakening to its true nature, and its hope for reunion with Ahura Mazda. In this waiting, there is something deeply human. Each of us, in life, experiences small versions of these 3 nights, the pauses after endings, the moments when our actions return to meet us, the quiet reckoning that follows choice. Zoroastrianism reminds us that the afterlife is not separate from life itself. It is the unfolding of the same moral law that governs every breath we take. As the soul departs, the household fire remains burning. It will be kept alive for several days, a symbol of continuity, of memory, of faith that the journey continues. And in that fire's quiet glow lies a truth that transcends cultures, that remembrance is itself an act of love, that to honor the dead is also to keep the living connected to the sacred order of being, the 3. Nights of waiting are not merely about death. They are about awareness of the self, of truth, of the ties that bind all things together, and perhaps, when our time comes, the same light will await us, not as a flame of fear, but as a beacon of recognition, a calm reminder that even between 2 realities, we are never truly lost. Chapter 9: The Silent Keepers, the Magi and the Flamezine, the dim sanctuaries of ancient Persia. Before dawn had fully stirred the air, a quiet order of priests would rise. They moved slowly, not out of ritual stiffness, but from reverence, each gesture deliberate, each breath measured. They were the Magi, the guardians of sacred fire. Their task was not to convert, nor to command. It was to preserve. to keep the balance between heaven and earth steady through silence, flame, and prayer. Long before the Magi became a term known to the wider world, long before Greek writers spoke of them with curiosity and the Gospels turned them into wise men bearing gifts, they were the spiritual custodians of Zoroastrianism. Within the Avestan world, they served as the interpreters of divine order, the Asha maintaining purity in thought, word, and deed. Their devotion was a discipline of continuity. To them, the world was not sustained by conquest or by strength, but by alignment, by keeping the visible world in tune with the invisible one. Every dawn, as the sky began to pale, they tended the eternal fires in the temples of Attar, the flame, regarded as the living symbol of Ahura Mazda's light, could never be allowed to die. To feed the sacred fire was not a casual act. Each piece of wood was chosen with ritual purity. The priests would cover their mouths with a thin veil to prevent their breath from touching the flame, for even breath, sacred as it was, carried the impurity of mortal imperfection. When they added sandalwood or frankincense, the smoke rose in soft spirals, a visible thread linking the earth to the heavens. In that rising scent, the Magi saw the reflection of prayer itself, not noise, but movement. Their work extended far beyond the temple walls. They were astronomers and philosophers, observers of cycles, both celestial and moral. The Magi studied the stars, not to predict fortunes, but to understand order. In their worldview, the universe was structured around balance, light and shadow, truth and falsehood, fire and decay. By reading the heavens, they sought to reaffirm that creation was not chaos, but a deliberate act of divine intelligence. Ancient sources described them as men of learning and restraint. Herodotus wrote that the Magi interpreted dreams, offered sacrifices, and recited hymns that echoed through the generations. Though Greek and Roman accounts often blurred myth and misunderstanding, they recognized in the Magi something rare, a priesthood not centered on fear or submission, but on purity and cosmic rhythm. Theirs was a religion of clarity. To serve the flame meant to live in accordance with truth. It demanded discipline, moral honesty, and the refusal to pollute creation, physically or spiritually. This is why Zoroastrian law placed such emphasis on cleanliness, on the separation of the pure from the impure. The Magi became the mediators of that purity, both in daily life and in death. When a person passed away, it was the Magi who oversaw the funerary rites. Death, in their theology, introduced Druge, the force of corruption, into the material world. To bury the dead was to risk contaminating the sacred earth. To burn them would defile fire, and to cast them into water would pollute that element as well. Thus, the Dharma, the Tower of Silence, was conceived in these circular stone structures. Built on elevated ground, the bodies of the deceased were laid out beneath the open sky. The sun and carrion birds completed the process of returning the body to nature without violating the purity of the elements. The bones, once stripped clean, were gathered and placed in ossuaries at the tower's center to modern minds. Such a practice might seem severe, but to the Magi it was an act of harmony. The soul, already on its journey through the 3 nights of waiting, was not harmed. What mattered was that the physical realm remained unsullied. Through this meticulous care, the Magi affirmed their commitment to the sacred ecology of existence, a relationship in which every element was divine. Their silence was a form of prayer. In the stillness of their ceremonies, the flicker of flame replaced the sound of voices. Each movement of the hand, each glance at the fire, carried meaning. They did not need grand altars or violent sacrifices. Instead, they upheld a faith of purity and mindfulness. The Magi understood something deeply philosophical, that continuity requires stillness, that the sacred is maintained not through noise, but through attention. In tending the fires, they tended the balance of creation itself. To neglect the flame was to allow drudge, disorder, and deceit to creep in. Even the way they approached speech reflected this awareness. In Zoroastrian thought, words themselves carry power. The act of speaking was sacred, for every utterance had consequences. To lie, to curse, to speak without care, these were forms of pollution. Thus, the Magi trained not only their minds but their tongues, reciting the gathas, the hymns of Zarathustra, in precise, rhythmic intonation. These hymns were not mere poetry. They were the spoken architecture of the cosmos, verses that mirrored the structure of creation, resonating with the order Ahura Mazda had brought forth. The gathas contained both theology and philosophy, questions and praises, meditations on ethics, truth, and the destiny of the soul. Through them, the Magi kept alive the original voice of their prophet. In performing rituals of purification, they washed not only their hands, but their minds. Every act of cleansing symbolized the restoration of Asha, the universal truth that binds existence. When they purified the air through sacred recitation, when they kept the flame free of impurity, they saw themselves as servants of a vast cosmic rhythm that connected all beings to imagine. Their world is to imagine a civilization where stillness itself was sacred. In the fire temples scattered across ancient Persia, from the Atash Baram in Yazd to the sanctuaries near Persepolis, the same quiet pulse endured. The sacred flame was never allowed to die, its origin sometimes traced back hundreds or even thousands of years. The Magi took turns in its care, day and night, ensuring the unbroken continuity of worship. Each temple represented a microcosm of the universe. The outer chambers were for preparation, spaces of washing and quiet reflection. The inner sanctum, or atashka, held the flame within a domed structure, often ventilated to let smoke drift upward into the sky. The Magi's movements within were slow, precise, almost meditative. They knew that one careless gesture could disturb the order they had vowed to preserve. Through this devotion, they embodied the principle of Asha in human form, not as abstract doctrine, but as lived practice. Their silence was not absence. It was presence distilled. Over centuries, the image of the Magi traveled far beyond Persia. To the Greeks, they became figures of mystery, bearers of arcane knowledge, interpreters of divine signs. To later religions, their memory evolved into symbols of wisdom and spiritual insight. Yet in their own context, the Magi were humble keepers of order, not seekers of spectacle. Their power was quiet, their strength in purity, their focus in service. They saw themselves as intermediaries between worlds, not rulers of men, but stewards of creation. Every morning, when they rekindled the temple flame, they reaffirmed that the world was worth keeping clean, worth protecting, worth honoring, and even as empires rose and fell, the Parthians, the Sasanians, the Magi remained. They endured invasions, reforms, and centuries of cultural change, yet their fire never went out. It continues to burn today in modern Zoroastrian temples from Iran to India, tended by descendants of those same silent keepers. Perhaps that is the most remarkable thing about them, that what they guarded was not just a physical flame, but a principle, that truth, once kindled, must never be extinguished, and when one stands before such a fire, even now, the air carries a faint scent of the ancient world, a blend of wood, incense, and eternity. The flicker reflects not merely light, but memory in their silence. The Magi spoke the oldest language there is, the language of devotion without demand, of presence without pride. They did not ask the universe to reveal its secrets. They simply kept it awake. And in that still glow, one wonders, perhaps the world continues, not because it must, but because somewhere a flame is still being tended. Chapter 10. The Eternal Law of Ushin. The heart of Zoroastrian thought lies a single, radiant idea, Usha. It is more than a word. It is the pulse of the universe itself. Asha is truth, order, and harmony, the structure upon which creation rests. It is both law and light. To the followers of Zarathustra, every element of the cosmos moves through its rhythm. The stars, the seasons, the flicker of sacred fire, and even the choices of human beings. To live within Asha is to live within truth. To stray from it is to fall into Druj, the lie, the shadowed force of chaos and deceit that corrodes both soul and world. The earliest hymns of the Gathas, the songs attributed to Zarathustra himself, speak of this dual order, not as an external battle between gods, but as an inward and moral reality that shapes the destiny of all things. Each moment, each thought, and each spoken word becomes an offering, either to Asha, the force of truth, or to Druj, the poison of falsehood. In this way, morality was never a human invention. It was woven into the structure of the universe long before humanity existed. When Zarathustra spoke of Asha, he was not merely defining ethics. He was describing the operating principle of existence. It is the law by which the sun rises, by which fire burns, and by which the soul ascends or falls. He saw the world as a reflection of moral geometry, a universe built on the symmetry of truth. The mountains, the winds, the sacred flames, all of it, manifestations of divine order. Within this order, every human action echoed beyond the material. A lie was not a small social offense. It was an act of disorder that sent ripples through the moral fabric of creation. To tell the truth, to live with integrity, was to keep the world aligned with its divine pattern in the ancient Avestan tongue. Asha, best truth, is more than a concept. It is also one of the Amartya Spentus, the immortal divine beings who embody Ahura Mazda's creation. Asha governs fire, purity, and justice. The flames in the Zoroastrian temples were not worshipped as gods, but revered as mirrors of Asha. Pure, incorruptible, untiring, the fire burns steadily as truth does. It consumes impurity, yet never becomes impure. Through this symbolism, the Zoroastrians found a profound unity between moral purity and the physical world. To pollute water, earth, or air was not merely a sin against nature. It was a sin against the divine law itself. Asha was not just truth in words. It was truth in being. From this belief arose a civilization of remarkable ethical clarity. The Persians, guided by the teachings of Zarathustra, structured their empires not solely by power, but by principle. The great Achaemenid kings, Cyrus, Darius, and their successors invoked Asha in their inscriptions and decrees. When Darius' sky carved his words into the cliffs of Bihar, he declared, "By the favor of Ahura Mazda, I am a friend of right. I am not a friend of wrong. It is not my desire that the weak should suffer by the hand of the strong." this was not mere royal rhetoric. It was the political expression of Asha, that justice is not conquest, but alignment with cosmic truth. Even governance, in Zoroastrian philosophy, was sacred only if it reflected order and fairness. A king who ruled through deceit was not simply unjust. He was out of tune with the divine law and therefore doomed to spiritual ruin. Asha's reach extended beyond ethics into metaphysics. In the Zoroastrian cosmology, the world is divided between two primal realities, Asha and Druj. These are not equal opposites, but movements, one toward light, the other toward decay. The purpose of human life, according to Zarathustra, is to strengthen Asha through conscious choice. Each thought, word, and deed participates in this cosmic struggle. Every honest act restores balance. Every lie or cruelty tips the scale toward darkness. Death, then, is not the end of this alignment. It is its revelation, when the soul departs the body. Zoroastrian tradition teaches that it lingers for 3 nights near the earthly remains. During this time, the soul reflects on its deeds, caught between remembrance and realization. On the dawn of the 4th day, it approaches the Chinvat Bridge, the bridge of judgment, where Asha itself stands as both measure and mirror. If the soul has lived truthfully, it finds the bridge broad and luminous, stretching easily toward the realm of light. If it has lived in falsehood, the bridge narrows to a blade's edge, and the soul falls into the abyss, not as punishment from a god, but as the natural consequence of its own imbalance in this way. The Zoroastrian afterlife was not arbitrary or capricious. It was the unfolding of Asha. Justice was not enforced. It was inevitable. Asha is the law that does not need enforcement, because it simply is. Like gravity for the soul, it pulls each being toward its proper destination. To the devout Zoroastrian, then, living rightly was not about obedience, but resonance. It was about vibrating in harmony with the divine frequency of truth. Over time, this idea of a moral universe, where actions carry weight beyond their moment, influenced later faiths. Many scholars trace echoes of Asha through Jewish apocalyptic thought, through Christian visions of judgment, and through Islamic concepts of mizan, the balance of deeds. Even in Eastern philosophies, where truth and balance intertwine, faint reflections of this principle can be felt. Yet Asha remains uniquely Zoroastrian in its clarity, a law both moral and physical, spiritual and ecological. It invites a quiet kind of faith, one grounded not in fear, but in responsibility. For in the eyes of Asha, every person participates in creation's maintenance. Every pure act keeps the stars aligned. Every lie unravels a thread of the cosmos. There is no escaping its reach, because it is not imposed. It is existence itself. To live truthfully is to live in rhythm with the sacred. To live falsely is to live against the current of reality. Even the smallest act, then, becomes sacred. The choice to speak honestly, to act with care, to maintain cleanliness of body and mind, to resist cruelty, even in thought. Each of these becomes a reaffirmation of Asha, a quiet declaration that the universe's order still holds for the Magi. The priestly keepers of this truth, Asha was also a way of perceiving. Through study of stars, through ritual purity, through reflection and prayer, they sought to align inner consciousness with cosmic law. In doing so, they believed the soul became luminous, not metaphorically, but literally infused with divine light. The fires they tended were not only symbols of Asha, They were instruments of remembrance. To gaze upon the flame was to recall the perfection that exists beyond the veil of matter, a perfection that could be lived, not just worshipped as centuries passed. And the Zoroastrian world contracted under new empires and new faiths. The idea of Asha endured. It lived in exile, carried in memory and ritual by those who refused to let truth be forgotten. The Parsis of India, descendants of those who fled Persia, kept the sacred fires alive. In every flame, they preserved the silent principle that sustains all creation. That truth is not a word, but a way of being. Modern thinkers often interpret Asha as moral order or cosmic justice. But in its ancient depth, it was more intimate, a partnership between humanity and the divine. It asked not for worship alone, but participation in a universe held together by truth. Every being has purpose. Every act has consequence. And the soul's final judgment is not delivered by an external deity, but by the reflection of its own truth. Perhaps that is the quiet genius of Asha, that it turns judgment into revelation. When one lives in harmony with truth, death reveals nothing new. It merely continues what has already begun. And when one lives in falsehood, death does not condemn, it only unmasks. The law of Asha never ends. It is the breath behind existence, the rhythm within conscience, the unseen balance that holds stars in their paths, even now. As you listen, it moves quietly through every atom, every thought, every truth spoken and unspoken. Asha is not only the law of the world, it is the world remembering itself. Chapter 11. The language of the Avesta for the silence of sleep. There were words, sacred, ancient, and softly spoken, words that moved like breath across fire, words that were never written for the eye, but for the ear, for the heart, for the unseen world. These were the words of the Avesta, the holy scripture of Zoroastrianism, and one of the oldest surviving bodies of sacred text known to humankind. Within it lies the yasna, the vendadad, and the visparad hymns, invocations, and rituals composed in an almost forgotten tongue. The Avesta's language is older than Persian, older even than Sanskrit's Vedic hymns. Scholars call it Avestan, a branch of the Indo-Iranian family of languages. But to those who first spoke it, it was not a language of men alone. It was a language of truth. Asha's own speech, each syllable was believed to vibrate with sacred power. When recited correctly, the very sound was a purifying act, cleansing the mind, the air, even the invisible fabric of creation. The Zoroastrians believed that in the beginning, the world was created by word, not by the swing of a divine hand, but through the resonance of speech itself. Ahura Mazda, the wise lord, shaped reality by uttering the truth of each thing. The sun, the waters, the fire, the human soul, all were brought into being by divine sound, and so, to speak rightly was to participate in creation. To speak falsely was to wound it. This belief gave language a sacred gravity that few other traditions held. Every word, even whispered, became an offering. Every prayer, a reaffirmation that the world still turns in harmony with Asha. The yasna, the heart of the Avesta, is both ritual and revelation. It contains the gathas, the 5 poetic hymns said to have been composed by Zarathustra himself. Unlike later religious writings filled with mythic battles or divine genealogies, the gathas are deeply personal. They are dialogues between the prophet and Ahura Mazda, between the human soul and divine wisdom. In the Ahunavati, Zarathustra speaks of choosing between the two mentalities, one that aligns with truth and one that descends into falsehood. He does not promise salvation through sacrifice, but through understanding and right intention. He asks, quietly, "How shall I bring the world to righteousness? How shall I bring truth to the heart of man?" In these hymns, the rhythm of morality is woven into the rhythm of language. Each verse was chanted, not read. The sound mattered as much as the meaning. Zoroastrian priests, the Magi, spent years mastering the precision of Avestan pronunciation. A misplaced tone or vowel could shift the spiritual balance of an entire ritual. This was not superstition, but recognition that sound itself carries order, that language mirrors the universe. In the fire temples of ancient Persia, these chants were performed before the eternal flames. The fire, burning pure and smokeless, symbolized the clarity of Asha, as the words of the Avesta rose through the air. They were said to nourish the flame, feeding it not with wood, but with truth. The yasna ceremony remains the central act of Zoroastrian worship. It involves the preparation of sacred elements, water, milk, and the juice of the hauma plant. Each is blessed through verse, purified by recitation, until the material and spiritual merge. The hauma, especially, holds deep symbolic power. It is both drink and deity, the plant of immortality, associated with divine inspiration. When the priest recites over it, the act is more than ritual. It is a remembrance of a time when language, nature, and divinity were one. The Vendadad, another section of the Avesta, serves a different purpose. It is the law against the demons, a text of purification and protection. Its verses detail how to cleanse the body, how to dispose of the dead without defiling the sacred elements, how to guard against the corruption of Druge falsehood, decay, impurity in the ancient Persian worldview. The struggle between good and evil extended into every corner of life, the home, the body, the earth itself. And through the Vendidad's rituals, human beings acted as co-creators with the divine, restoring balance wherever it was broken. It is in this text that the famous Zoroastrian funeral customs find their root. The towers of silence, where bodies were laid upon high stone, platforms to be purified by the sun and the birds of the sky. Earth and fire, sacred and pure, must never be defiled by death. The rites described in the Vendidad ensured that even in dying, one remained aligned with Asha, truthful, clean, in harmony with creation. The third major division expands the Yasna's liturgy. Its name means all the lords, a collection of invocations that honor the divine hierarchy under Ahura Mazda, the Amesha, the Yazatars, the guardians of elements, stars, and virtues. Each recitation weaves a cosmic tapestry, reminding the listener that the moral order of the universe is upheld not by might, but by cooperation. Every divine being has a role, as every human does. The world endures through collective harmony, and language is the thread that binds it all. The Avesta, however, was not always safe. Much of it has been lost. Over centuries of conquest, by Alexander, by the Parthians, by later empires, entire volumes vanished. Priests were killed, temples were destroyed, oral traditions fragmented. What survives today is but a fraction of what once existed, preserved by memory, by devotion, and by exile. When the Zoroastrians fled Persia after the Islamic conquest, they carried the Avesta not in libraries, but in their hearts. In India, they became the Parsi. the keepers of a language few understood but none dared to forget. Even now, in their fire temples, priests continue to chant the same verses in the same tone as their ancestors did 3,000 years ago. The sound, unbroken across millennia, remains the link between the living and the departed. For Zoroastrians, the Avesta is not merely scripture, it is continuity. Each word recited is a bridge between worlds, between the present and the ancient, between body and spirit, between the finite and the eternal. The faith teaches that when a prayer is spoken with pure intention, its echo reaches the Frashokereti, the guardian spirits of the dead. These luminous beings, watching over the living, are strengthened by remembrance. They, in turn, bless the reciter with protection and insight. Thus, the Avesta is both a text and a conversation, a dialogue between generations. Its survival through centuries of silence is itself a form of devotion. For every time the words are spoken, creation remembers itself. The universe, for a brief moment, becomes aware of its own sacred rhythm. The Avesta's language, though ancient, still carries that resonance. Linguists may analyze its structure, its complex verb forms, its archaic grammar, but for those who listen with reverence, something deeper is heard. A vibration that does not fade with translation. Perhaps that is the true essence of sacred speech. That even when the meaning is lost, the sound remains alive in the slow recitation of the yasna. The rise and fall of tone mirrors the flow of breath. The listener can almost feel the rhythm of the cosmos itself, expansion and return, creation and reflection, inhalation and release. The priests describe this as mantra spenta, the holy word that increases goodness. The act of speaking truth, rhythmically and consciously, was not symbolic. It was transformative. It was said to cleanse the mind of darkness, sharpen the senses, and prepare the soul for clear judgment after death. When one listens to these chants, even today, recorded faintly on old tapes, the syllables trembling like firelight, there is a sense of time folding inward. You are hearing not performance, but continuity. The same sounds that once echoed through Achaemenid courts, through desert shrines, through the mountains of Bactria, and within those sounds lies a philosophy of profound simplicity. That truth must be spoken, not merely believed. For the silence is not absence, but preparation. Speech is sacred precisely because it breaks that silence with purpose. Asha moves through word, as the sun moves through sky, in the stillness of night, when the fires dim and the stars seem to listen. The old verses of the Avesta remind the faithful of this eternal law, that creation itself began with a voice, and that, even now, to speak in truth is to continue what Ahura Mazda began. Chapter 12. The Guardian Spirits. Frashokereti, the quiet folds of Zoroastrian thought lies a luminous idea that no soul is ever truly alone. Each being, from the smallest creature to the brightest star, is watched over, guided, and remembered by a presence older than time itself. This is the Frashokereti, the guardian spirit, the higher self, the undying twin of the mortal soul. The concept of the Frashokereti reaches deep into the heart of ancient Persian belief. It is both personal and cosmic, intimate and universal. Every individual, every ancestor, every celestial body is said to possess its own Frashokereti, an immortal essence that existed before birth and endures after death. In the Avesta, the sacred scriptures of Zoroastrianism, the Frashokeretis are not only guardians of human souls, They are forces of creation, protectors of the world, and maintainers of the divine order, Asha. It is through them that the universe stays in balance, that waters flow, that fire burns, and that souls, though frail in the flesh, remember their divine origin. According to Zoroastrian cosmology, long before the birth of the material world, Ahura Mazda, the wise lord, brought forth the Frashokereti. They were the first emanations of divine will, pure and uncorrupted, shining beings who existed in the realm of light. When the material world was created and the struggle between good and evil began, the Frashokereti faced a choice: remain in their perfect realm or descend into the world of conflict and imperfection to guide the living. They chose descent. They chose to accompany the souls into the physical realm, to serve as their silent companions through life's trials. And so, every human being was born with a celestial twin, a fragment of their truest divine self, watching, whispering, guiding from within. To the ancient Persians, this belief carried a deep reassurance. Even in moments of despair or confusion, one was never without direction. The Frashokereti was not merely a metaphor for conscience or intuition. It was a living presence, invisible but profoundly near. It was said that when one acted with courage, truth, or generosity, it was the Frashokereti shining through, aligning the mortal being with its divine twin. The word Frashokereti itself has been studied for centuries. Scholars trace it to roots meaning to choose or to protect, and that meaning captures its essence perfectly. It is both the chooser and the protector, the part of the soul that chose good before birth and continues to defend it. Throughout life, every act of righteousness, in Zoroastrian thought, is an echo of that ancient choice. The human self may forget, distracted by the illusions of the world, but the Frashokereti never forgets. It remembers the truth of creation, the purity of light, and the original decision to stand with Ahura Mazda in the cosmic struggle against the Lidruj. There were times in the ancient year when the Persians paused to remember these unseen companions. The festival of Farvardagin, held at the end of the year, was dedicated to the Frashokereti of the ancestors. During those sacred days, families would prepare their homes with care, lighting fires and offering food and flowers, believing that the Frashokereti returned to visit the living. It was a time of gentle communion, of gratitude, remembrance, and reverence for those who had come before. These were not ghosts to be feared, but spirits to be honored, embodiments of courage, wisdom, and protection. Their return each year symbolized a cycle of eternal guardianship. Through ritual and memory, the living renewed their link to the invisible protectors that watched over them. One hymn from the Avesta, the Farvardan Yash, praises the Frashokereti in soaring language. It speaks of the good, strong, beneficent Frashokereti of the righteous, who help the sun to rise, who guard the waters and the plants, and who aid warriors in battle and shepherds in the field. Their presence was cosmic, not bound to a single person, but woven through all layers of existence. It is said that without their protection, the world itself would fall apart. They sustain life through invisible service, just as the stars sustain night's quiet order. In philosophical terms, the Frashokereti represents the soul's ideal, the unblemished version of oneself that forever strives to guide the mortal mind toward truth. It is the spark that never yields to despair, the voice that calls one back from corruption, reminding the soul that it is made for light. To live well, then, was to listen. To act in harmony with one's Frashokereti was to live in accordance with Asha, the universal law of order and righteousness. Those who ignored this inner guide, who chose the path of deceit or cruelty, were said to drift farther from their divine twin. And when death came, such souls would feel the pain of separation, the sorrow of having walked too long apart from their own truth. In Zoroastrian, when the soul departs the body, it meets its Fravashi once more. This reunion is both judgment and comfort. For the righteous, it is a homecoming, emerging with the eternal self that has waited since birth. For the unrighteous, it is confrontation, the sorrow of realizing what was lost through one's own choices. This meeting, described in ancient texts, forms part of the Chinvat Bridge experience, the crossing where the soul's deeds are weighed. But it is not punishment that defines it. It is recognition. The Fravashi holds a mirror to the soul, showing it who it truly is and who it might have been. It is a profound concept that every human being carries within them a being of divine perfection, a light untouched by suffering or corruption. It reframes the struggle of life not as a test from without, but as a dialogue within, between the self that forgets and the self that remembers. Some later interpretations, particularly among mystics, saw the Fravashi as the prototype of the higher self, an idea echoed in various philosophical traditions across time. In Plato's writings, we find the notion of an immortal essence that guides the soul toward the good. In early Christian and Islamic mysticism, the theme of a divine twin or spiritual companion reappears under different names. But in Zoroastrianism, the Fravashi stands apart for its clarity. It is not symbolic, but real. It is both the guardian of worlds and the personal witness of one's own conscience. And perhaps, in quiet moments of solitude, in the stillness before sleep, one can almost sense it, that subtle awareness behind thought, that calm strength in moments of doubt, a whisper that urges gentleness, honesty, and faith. That presence is not imagination. It is memory, the memory of light. To honor the Fravashi is to remember the higher self within all beings. To walk gently through the world, knowing that every soul, human, animal, or elemental, carries a guardian spark of the divine. And when the time comes to leave this life, the Fravashi will not judge with wrath or fear, but simply guide one home, as it has always done, across the shining bridge toward the eternal realm. In the end, the teaching is simple. No one walks alone. Every soul is accompanied, guarded, and remembered, forever watched by its twin of light. And in that eternal companionship lies the quiet assurance that even in darkness, we are never truly lost. For somewhere beyond the veil, our Fravashi waits, patient, radiant, and unforgetting, holding the memory of who we were, and who we still may become. The journey of the soul is never walked alone. Chapter 13. The Waters of Purity. Aben's blessing in every faith that has survived the erosion of centuries. One element returns again and again: water. It flows through myth and ritual alike, cleansing the spirit, restoring balance, marking beginnings and endings. For the Zoroastrians, it was more than a symbol of renewal. It was a living presence, divine, intelligent, sacred. They called her Aben. Aben was not just the goddess of rivers and springs. She was the essence of purity itself, the guardian of the waters that sustained both body and soul. To revere water was to honor Aben, and to defile it was a spiritual crime. Her blessing ran through every ritual act, every purification, every prayer whispered beside flowing streams or still pools in the Avesta. The sacred texts of Zoroastrianism, Aben is invoked as Ardvisura, Anahita, the mighty, immaculate one. She is described as radiant, strong, ever-flowing from the celestial heights down to the earthly world. From her heavenly source, she nourishes all creation, watering the fields, cooling the fires, cleansing the air, and purifying the soul. The ancients believed that her waters began in the stars. In the mythic geography of the Zoroastrian cosmos, the river Ardvisura flowed from Mount Hera, Bereseti, the great cosmic mountain at the center of the world, and descended into all lands, connecting heaven, earth, and the underworld. To touch her waters was to touch the divine order of the universe. The eternal law of Asha, the reverence for water, shaped every part of Zoroastrian life. Before prayer, one would wash the hands and face, not merely for cleanliness, but to align the self with purity before approaching the sacred. Before sacred fire ceremonies, priests would bathe completely, their garments freshly cleansed, their thoughts purified by reciting verses from the Avesta. Water was not an object of worship. It was the bridge through which worship became possible. The act of purification, called Padubkusti, remains one of the central rites in Zoroastrian practice. The individual washes with clean water, tying and untying the kusti, the sacred cord worn around the waist. It is both a physical and spiritual renewal, a quiet remembrance that purity is not achieved once, but must be tended daily, like the steady flow of a river that never stops moving. In ancient times, elaborate ceremonies were dedicated to Aben herself. The 10th day of every Zoroastrian month was sacred to her, a day for offerings and hymns of gratitude. Devotees would gather near rivers and wells, lighting small fires on the banks, placing flowers or milk upon the water, reciting praises from the Abanyasht. This hymn describes her as seated upon a chariot, drawn by 4 white horses, symbolizing wind, cloud, rain, and flowing streams, her robe of shining gold, her crown radiant with stars. She was the embodiment of grace and strength, a goddess who purifies yet sustains, who cleanses without ever diminishing. For the Persians, purity was never simply external. Water did not erase moral faults the way it might wash dust from skin. Instead, it reminded one of the natural state of goodness, that purity was not something to gain, but something to return to. To cleanse, they believed, is to remember, and this remembering was profound. Every impurity, every falsehood, was seen as a form of forgetfulness, a deviation from the cosmic harmony of Asha. By performing ablution, the believer did not merely wash away sin. They rejoined the rhythm of creation itself. The stream became a teacher, showing that renewal is possible not by force, but by flow. Even in the afterlife, water plays its role. Zoroastrian eschatology describes the passage of the soul after death, its journey across the Chinvat Bridge, its encounter with judgment, its cleansing before entering the house of song. Before the soul crosses, it is met with the waters of purification, symbolic of the soul's return to its original clarity. The impurities of earthly life are dissolved, and what remains is the pure essence, ready to merge again with the divine dot. In this way, the physical act of purification reflected the soul's eternal journey. Just as rivers eventually find the sea, every soul, however distant it may wander, is destined to flow back into divine unity. The ritual washing, then, was not only an act of devotion, but a rehearsal of return. Across the ancient Persian Empire, the sacredness of water influenced even the architecture of worship. Fire temples were often built near natural springs or rivers, or contained pools within their precincts for ritual cleansing. The duality of fire and water, one symbolizing light and truth, the other purity and life, stood at the heart of Zoroastrian spirituality. Both were sacred elements, both incorruptible in essence, and both needed each other. Water to purify, fire to illuminate. There were strict laws governing how water was to be treated. Polluting a river or well was among the gravest of sins. Waste, decay, or the remains of the dead were never to be cast into water, for such acts were seen as offenses against Aben herself. In the Vendidad, a sacred legal text, these laws are written in precise detail, protecting not only the purity of ritual life, but the ecological harmony of the land. The Zoroastrians were among the first to express environmental ethics as divine command. In a sense, these ancient rules anticipated a truth that modern societies are only now rediscovering, that to protect the elements is to protect the soul, that water, earth, fire, and air are not resources to be used, but gifts to be respected. The balance of the natural world mirrors the balance of the spiritual one. When the waters are pure, so too is the heart. When one considers how deeply this reverence runs, it becomes clear that Zoroastrianism saw purity not as separation from the world, but as deeper participation in it. Every ritual washing, every drop poured in offering, it was an act of alignment, an acknowledgement that humans are part of the same current that flows through the mountains, the stars, and the unseen realms. In the serenity of these rituals, there is also an invitation to pause, to listen to the sound of water, the soft repetition, the endless return. It reminds the listener that the sacred is not distant or abstract. It is flowing beside us, within us, always in motion. And perhaps this is why, even now, water has the power to calm the mind. Its sound quiets thought, its touch restores awareness. Across time and tradition, it continues to hold the same lesson that the Zoroastrians once knew, that renewal is not found in striving, but in surrender, the surrender to purity, to balance, to the rhythm that runs through all creation. In the Aben Yasht, there is a verse that says, "Her waters give strength to the righteous, purity to the pure, and truth to the truthful." Each phrase is simple, yet profound. Water mirrors the soul that approaches it. It cannot purify deceit, but it can reveal honesty. It cannot forgive falsehood, but it can refresh those who remember their origin in truth. As the night deepens and the air grows still, one might imagine standing beside those ancient rivers, the waters of Aben shimmering in the moonlight. Each ripple carries a whisper from the past, that to live well is to flow without corruption, to cleanse without forgetting, to give and receive in equal measure. Even now, her blessing continues, unseen but eternal. Every stream, every drop, every rainfall that touches the earth, all belong to the same sacred current. And through it, the divine continues to speak, softly, clearly, endlessly. The Zoroastrians believed that purity is not an act, but a way of being. To honor water is to honor life itself. For though the fires may light the path, it is the waters of Aben that make the journey possible. The elements continue to hold the keys to the unseen realms. Chapter 14. The Dust and the Tower. Ritual of the Dakmain, the quiet deserts of ancient Persia. There stood circular stone towers, solemn, open to the sky, perfectly still. They were not temples, not fortresses, and not tombs. They were called dakmas, the towers of silence. Here, under the open heavens, the dead were returned to nature, their bodies laid upon the stone surface to be purified by sunlight, wind, and the wings of birds. For those unfamiliar, this practice can seem unsettling, but for the Zoroastrians, it was a gesture of the deepest reverence, an act of spiritual hygiene that preserved the sanctity of the world. They believed that the body, once separated from the soul, was vulnerable to corruption, to the influence of Druj, the principle of impurity and decay. To bury it in the earth would defile the soil. To burn it in fire would desecrate the sacred flame. And so, they sought a way that would neither pollute nor violate, a way that would return the body gently to the balance of the elements. This was the essence of the dakma, a circular platform often built on elevated ground on lonely hilltops or beyond the city's edge. Its walls were high, sealing off the sacred interior from the outside world. Within, 3 concentric rings were laid out in stone, the outer for men, the middle for women, and the inner for children. At the center was a deep pit, known as the ostodon, where the bones, once cleansed of flesh, would eventually rest. The entire process was a ritual of order, harmony, and return, a choreography of death that sought to protect the living and honor the dead. According to Zoroastrian teaching, the moment of death marks the separation of the soul from the body. The soul lingers for 3 nights, near the place of its passing, awaiting judgment, as described in the Vendidad and other sacred texts. During this time, the body is considered impure because the vital energy has departed. The demon Nasu, the embodiment of decay, is said to rush toward the corpse, infecting it with corruption. Thus, priests and mourners observe precise rituals to minimize contact, maintain purity, and ensure that the transition from life to spirit occurs without spiritual contamination. The body is handled by specialized attendants called nas. These individuals were trained in the sacred laws of purity. Before approaching the deceased, they would purify themselves with ritual ablution, recite protective verses, and wear masks or coverings to prevent defilement. They would carry the body upon an iron bier, never wood, for wood is living material and must not touch impurity. As the body is lifted to the dakma, prayers from the Avesta are chanted softly, invocations to Ahura Mazda, the wise Lord, and to the Amatius Spentus, the divine emanations of light and truth. When the body reaches the tower, it is laid gently upon the stone floor, exposed to the elements. The sun, regarded as the purest of purifiers, begins its work. Soon, carrion birds, primarily vultures, descend from the sky. Their task is not viewed as gruesome but sacred. They are agents of nature's cleansing, performing their role in the cosmic order. Within hours, the body is reduced to bone, and within days, those bones are bleached white by the heat and light of the sun. After a period of time, the remains are gathered and placed in the central pit, where they gradually disintegrate and merge with the earth beneath. Through this process, the physical form returns to the material world without spreading decay. The soil remains pure, the fire unpolluted, the water undefiled. All that once was flesh, breath, and being dissolves back into the natural harmony of the universe. This practice may seem austere, but at its heart lies compassion and coherence, a profound ecological awareness born from theology. The Zoroastrians saw purity not only as a spiritual principle, but as an environmental one. Earth, water, and fire were sacred creations, each deserving respect and protection. The Dakma embodied this philosophy, a ritual of surrender to the natural order rather than resistance against it. In the Avesta, death is never celebrated, but it is accepted. It is not the end of being, but the shedding of form, a necessary part of the soul's long pilgrimage through the cosmic cycle. The body, though honored in life, becomes an empty vessel in death, and yet the ritual care it receives reflects the Zoroastrian conviction that even in death, order must prevail. To maintain purity, to uphold Asha, the law of truth and harmony, is to ensure that even decay becomes part of the greater balance. Observers have often misunderstood the towers of silence, interpreting them as symbols of neglect or barbarity. But in truth, they are expressions of deep moral and cosmic concern. To leave the body under the sky was not abandonment, but trust in the earth's wisdom, in the sanctity of nature's processes. It was an act of humility before the divine order, a way of saying, we belong to the world, and to it we return, historically. These towers dotted the landscapes of Persia and later India, where Zoroastrian communities, the Parsis, continued the practice after migrating. In Yazd and Kerman, the ancient Dakmas still rise from the desert, their stone walls standing against the wind, silent witnesses to centuries of devotion. In Mumbai and Gujarat, the tradition adapted to new environments, where towers were built atop secluded hills, surrounded by gardens or sacred groves. Each was a sanctuary of stillness, a place where life and death converged in quiet dignity. The prayers recited during the ceremony were measured, deliberate, filled with gratitude. The mourners prayed for the soul's safe passage across the Chinvat Bridge, the bridge of judgment, where the deeds of a lifetime are weighed. The ritual was not one of despair, but release. It was the final gift of the living to the dead, to ensure their soul's journey would begin unburdened, untouched by corruption, and at peace with the natural world as centuries passed. The practice faced change and challenge. Urbanization encroached upon sacred land. Populations grew. Natural scavengers declined. Modern health laws and public opinion often misunderstood the ancient reasoning, viewing the towers through material rather than metaphysical lenses. Many Dakmas fell into disuse, their stones eroded, their purpose forgotten. Yet even as the physical towers faded, the spiritual principle remained, the belief that purity is the highest form of reverence, and that true respect for life extends beyond death itself. Today, some Zoroastrian communities have adopted alternative rites, cremation or burial within sealed graves that prevent pollution. But for those who still hold to the old ways, the Dakma continues to symbolize surrender, not in weakness, but in understanding. To surrender is to trust the sacred rhythm of creation, to accept that the cycle of life and death is not to be conquered but honored. When one stands before a tower of silence, even in ruins, there is a strange peace in the air. The wind moves through the stones, carrying a faint echo of prayers once spoken. The landscape feels vast, yet intimate, as though the boundary between the seen and the unseen has grown thin. It is here that one understands what the Zoroastrians meant by the law of purity, that death, too, is an act of devotion. The tower is not a monument to loss, but to completion. It marks the moment when the soul's journey departs from the material world and ascends toward the unseen. What remains behind the dust, the bones, the memory, all return to their rightful places in the order of existence. Perhaps the most profound message hidden within this ritual is one of equality. In the Dharma, all bodies meet the same fate. Kings and servants, priests and farmers, all are laid side by side beneath the same sky. No grave marks their difference. No monument separates their worth. The sun touches all alike, and in that shared dissolution, there is a kind of divine democracy, a return to the balance that sustains the world to modern ears. The silence of the Dharma may feel haunting, but to those who understood its meaning, it was the sound of harmony restored. The ritual did not seek to glorify death, but to sanctify life, to ensure that even in its ending, life would not harm what gave it being. In that sense, the Tower of Silence is not a place of sorrow, but of truth. It reminds us that the body belongs to the earth, that every life is borrowed light, and that every death is a return. To lie beneath the open sky, to yield to wind and sun, is to let the elements complete their work, to release the form so the spirit may rise. In the end, the Dharma stands as a symbol of surrender, not to decay, but to order, not to loss, but to continuity, not to oblivion, but to the quiet rhythm of the world itself. For dust is not the end, it is the beginning again. Chapter 15. The Cosmic Battle Within the Zoroastrian Vision of the World. Every sunrise carries an unseen tension. It is not only the dawn of another day, but a quiet renewal of an eternal struggle, a cosmic contest between two opposing forces. Ahura Mazda, the Lord of Light and Wisdom, stands for truth, order, and creation. Angra Mainyu, the Spirit of Darkness, embodies deceit, chaos, and decay. But unlike mythologies where gods war in distant heavens, this battle unfolds much closer. It is not fought in the stars. It is fought within the human soul. Every thought, every word, and every deed becomes a moment of decision, a small act that strengthens either light or shadow. This is the heart of Zoroastrian moral psychology. It is simple, yet profound. The universe is shaped not only by divine forces, but by the choices of human beings. Each person participates in the cosmic drama, carrying within them the echoes of both creation and corruption. Zoroaster, or Zarathustra, taught that human life is a sacred test, not a punishment, not an accident, but a field where the twin powers of Asha and Druj meet. Asha is truth, purity, and harmony, the natural law by which all good things align. Druj is the lie, disorder, and decay, the subtle distortion that corrodes the good from within. To live well is to recognize their presence in one's own heart and to choose, moment by moment, to side with truth. The Gathas, the oldest hymns of the Avesta, reveal this in Zoroaster's own words. He speaks of the two primal spirits, born together yet opposite in thought, word, and deed. One chooses good, the other evil. Through their conflict, the world itself comes to be. But the true battleground, he says, lies not in the sky but in the soul of humankind. Each person becomes a miniature cosmos, a mirror of the greater struggle between light and darkness. To Zoroastrians, the moral life is therefore not abstract. It is an act of alignment. When one thinks truthfully, speaks kindly, and acts justly, one becomes an instrument of Ahura Mazda. When one lies, harms, or neglects goodness, one empowers the shadow of Angra Mainyu. In this way, salvation is not achieved through ritual alone, but through daily attention to the balance within. This is where the triad arises, the foundation of Zoroastrian ethics. Hukta Huvashta, to think good, to speak good, to act good. It is deceptively simple, yet it holds the entire moral architecture of the faith. Thought, word, and deed form a bridge between the invisible and the visible, between intention and reality. The purity of each determines the purity of the soul. In the Zoroastrian worldview, nothing happens without consequence. Every action, however small, ripples through the moral order of creation. To think ill of another is to introduce distortion into the cosmic fabric. To speak falsely is to weaken the harmony that sustains life. And to act unjustly is to feed the darkness that strives to undo the world. Each choice either restores or disrupts the sacred pattern, the pattern of Asha. This concept makes Zoroastrianism one of the earliest truly ethical religions, a faith not centered on sacrifice or fear, but on conscious moral will. The gods do not demand submission. They invite partnership. Ahura Mazda calls upon humanity not as servants, but as allies in the task of perfecting the world. Each soul is entrusted with a fragment of divine responsibility. The outcome of the cosmic battle depends upon how faithfully that trust is upheld. This vision carries both weight and wonder. It means that every life matters infinitely, not because of its length or grandeur, but because of the moral light it contributes to the whole. Each thought becomes a spark in the greater fire of creation. Each act of kindness, a quiet victory over darkness. And each moment of truthfulness, no matter how small, pushes the universe one step closer to its final restoration. But Zoroaster also understood how fragile the mind can be. He saw that the battlefield within is not always clear. Doubt, anger, jealousy, these are not just feelings but intrusions of Druj, the lie. They tempt the mind to distort reality, to forget the quiet voice of conscience. And so, he taught the discipline of awareness, to observe one's thoughts as they arise, to guard the tongue before it wounds, and to purify the intention before acting. In this way, morality becomes a kind of inner ritual, a daily cleansing of the spirit. The struggle within mirrors the struggle of creation itself. Just as the world alternates between day and night, so the soul moves between clarity and confusion. Neither state is permanent. The purpose of life is not to destroy darkness completely, but to continually choose light despite it. This ongoing choice is what refines the soul and strengthens its divine essence. Zoroastrianism does not offer the comfort of fate. It teaches that destiny is woven through choice. Even the gods, it is said, wait upon the moral decisions of human beings. The balance of the universe is participatory. Every righteous act brings the world closer to Frashokereti, the final renewal, when all creation will be restored to its perfect state. This idea influenced much of later religious thought. Judaism, Christianity, and Islam all echo traces of this moral dualism. The notion of conscience, of spiritual warfare, of angels and demons whispering into the human heart, all can be traced back, in part, to Zoroastrian roots. But unlike the later doctrines of sin and damnation, Zoroastrianism remains hopeful. It does not condemn humanity for its shadow. It honors the effort to overcome it. It recognizes that moral struggle is not evidence of failure, but of participation in the divine order. The bridge of judgment, known as the Chinvat Bridge, lies at the heart of this teaching. At death, the soul must cross it, and its width depends on the moral weight of one's life. For the righteous, the bridge is broad and safe, leading to the house of song, a realm of light and peace. For the wicked, it narrows to a blade's edge, and the soul falls into darkness. But this bridge is not built in death alone. It begins in the heart. Every thought, word, and act shapes its path long before the body is gone. Thus, the Chinvat Bridge is less a place and more a mirror, a reflection of one's inner alignment. To live truthfully is to walk that bridge each day without fear. To live deceitfully is to make it crumble beneath one's own steps. Salvation, then, is not granted from above, but cultivated within, across centuries. Zoroastrians developed practices to help sustain this inner balance. Daily prayers at dawn, noon, and dusk reoriented the mind toward light. The tending of the household fire symbolized the care of one's conscience to keep it burning, steady, and clean. And moral reflection became a kind of spiritual hygiene, ensuring that the inner world remained as pure as the outer one, even today. These teachings carry a quiet relevance. In a world flooded by noise and distraction, the call to think good, speak good, act good feels disarmingly simple. Yet its simplicity hides depth. It asks not for blind faith, but for presence, to be awake to the consequences of one's mind and tongue. It suggests that peace in the world can begin only when order is restored within. Perhaps that is why Zoroaster's words still sound modern. They remind us that evil is not a monster outside, but a whisper inside. And goodness is not an abstract ideal, but a habit, one thought, one word, one act at a time. When viewed in this light, the cosmic battle becomes something intimate and human. Every kindness, every truth spoken, every moment of restraint becomes a thread in the vast tapestry of creation. Even the smallest victory of conscience contributes to the world's renewal. The fire temples of old still burn in Iran and India. Their flames are tended with care, never allowed to die. For Zoroastrians, that fire is not merely symbolic. It is the visible form of Asha, the order of truth, alive in matter. And perhaps, within every person, a similar fire waits, the quiet flame of moral awareness that must be kept alive through choice. To think good, to speak good, to act good. 3 small vows that hold the weight of the cosmos. And so the eternal struggle continues, not as a clash of gods in distant heavens, but as a daily movement within each human heart. For the bridge of judgment begins here, not after death, but in the living pulse of every decision, and in that hidden space between thought and action. Light and shadow meet once more, asking softly, which will you choose? Chapter 16. The Eternal Companions, Mithra, Rashnu, and Shraushin, the serene architecture of Zoroastrian belief. The afterlife is not an invention of fear. It is a continuation of truth, a mirror reflecting the choices of life. And upon that mirror stand 3 guardians, eternal companions of the soul at judgment. Mithra, the witness of covenants. Rashnu, the weigher of deeds. And Shrocha, the voice of conscience and divine obedience. Together, they form a triad of moral equilibrium, the sacred keepers of justice. Not through punishment, but through perfect awareness. They are the silent companions of every human being, unseen yet ever present, walking beside the soul through its brief passage on earth and beyond, in the Zoroastrian imagination. The moment of death is not an end, but an unveiling. The body falls silent, and the soul called the Urvan rises to face its own truth. It stands at the Chinvat Bridge, the bridge of judgment, where every action, word, and thought gathers in luminous form. There, the soul encounters not a single judge, but 3 beings who embody the qualities required for perfect discernment. Mithra, Rashnu, and Shrausha are not enemies of humankind. They are allies of clarity. They ensure that justice in the cosmos is balanced, compassionate, and Incompatible.Mithra, whose name means covenant or contract, is the first among them. He is the guardian of truth between beings, the one who observes all promises made, spoken or silent. In the hymns of the Avesta, Mithra rides in a radiant chariot drawn by swift white horses, scanning the world with 1,000 ears and 10,000 eyes. He misses nothing. No oath escapes his hearing. No betrayal hides from his light. But his role is not merely punitive. Mithra represents trust itself, the invisible fabric that holds the moral world together. Every society, every friendship, every act of cooperation depends on faith that a word given will be a word kept. To break that bond is to injure the universe, to weaken Asha, the order of truth. To uphold it is to strengthen the luminous rhythm of creation. In ancient Persian life, the cult of Mithra held deep social power. He was invoked in treaties, honored at sunrise, and believed to dwell in the light between heaven and earth. Later, his figure traveled westward, merging with Roman mystery traditions, where soldiers worshipped Mithras as the god of loyalty and courage. But in his earliest form, he remained what he always was, the divine eye of honesty. Not a god of vengeance, but a reminder that nothing done in secrecy is ever truly hidden. In this sense, Mithra's justice is awareness itself. He is the luminous witness who keeps the world from unraveling under deceit. Beside him stands Rashnu, whose name means the upright or the true. If Mithra sees all, Rashnu measures all. He holds the golden scales at the bridge of judgment, weighing the deeds of the soul with perfect balance. No exaggeration, no omission, no bribe or plea can tilt his measure. Rashnu's fairness is described in the Avesta as flawless, sharper than the edge of a blade, yet as calm as still water. Rashnu does not condemn. He reveals. In his scales, every good act shines with weight, every falsehood subtracts from harmony. The soul, in that moment, faces not accusation but reflection, the moral mathematics of its own life. There is no courtroom, no shouting, no sentence, only truth weighed quietly against itself. This, the Persians believed, is the justice of heaven, precise, proportionate, and merciful in its exactness. And then, closest to the soul, stands Shrasha, the angel of listening, of obedience to divine truth. His name means hearing or attentiveness. Where Mithra observes and Rashnu measures, Shrasha feels. He is the first to greet the soul after death, guiding it through the darkness of the 3 nights that follow. He protects it from demonic forces that seek to pull it toward deceit and despair. Shrasha is the guardian of the inward path, the whisper of conscience that accompanies one even in life in the Yasna, one of the sacred sections of the Avesta. Shrasha is praised as the embodiment of right hearing, the capacity to receive divine order into one's heart. He represents obedience not as submission, but as harmony. To obey Asha, the law of truth, is to live in alignment with the universe. It is the art of listening inwardly before one acts outwardly. For that reason, Shrasha became the patron of prayer, ritual purity, and sacred silence. The Zoroastrians believed that when one prayed with sincere intent, Shrasha stood nearby, carrying those words upward to Ahura Mazda himself. Together, Mithra and Shrasha form a balanced trinity of divine discernment, a model of justice that combines vision, measure, and compassion. Mithra ensures nothing is forgotten. Rashnu ensures nothing is distorted. Shrasha ensures nothing is lost to insincerity. They do not punish for the sake of punishment. They preserve order so that truth remains luminous in a universe where falsehood constantly seeks to darken it. In the Zoroastrian afterlife, their presence assures the soul that it is not facing judgment from wrathful gods, but from the very principles it lived by. The bridge of judgment is not a place of arbitrary decree. It is the soul's own conscience, magnified. Each of the three divine companions reflects a part of the human moral structure: awareness, balance, and sincerity. Their cosmic roles are mirrored within us. Perhaps that is why the hymns to these beings are recited not in fear, but in reverence. Zoroastrian priests still chant the Mithra Yasht, the Rashnu Yasht, and the Shrasha Yasht. Long invocations filled with rhythm and light, meant to remind the listener of the unseen order behind daily life. These hymns speak of strength, watchfulness, and peace, never cruelty. They portray the divine as a pattern of equilibrium rather than dominance. For example, the Mithra Yasht describes the god as wide awake, never sleeping, ever watching over the land. The Rashnu Yasht calls him the just one, who stands between the good and the evil, unmoved, and the Shrasha Yasht praises the Holy One who guards the night, who smites the whisperers of the lie. In these verses, justice is not thunder, it is presence. It is the quiet assurance that light still governs the world, even when unseen. In daily life, these three divine companions symbolized ethical balance. A merchant making a trade was reminded of Mithra's watchful gaze to deal honestly. A judge passing sentence was to remember Rashnu's scales to be fair, and a priest reciting prayers would invoke Shrasha to listen inwardly before speaking. Thus, cosmic order became human ethics. The divine became the pattern of civilization itself. But Zoroastrianism also carried a gentler implication, that the soul's journey after death is not a trial imposed by external gods, but a continuation of the habits cultivated in life. Those who practiced awareness, fairness, and sincerity would find those same companions waiting to receive them. Those who lived in deceit, imbalance, or insensitivity would find themselves estranged from the very qualities they once ignored. There is something quietly profound in this. The idea that judgment is simply recognition. The soul is not forced to face alien gods. It meets what it has always known. Mithra, Rashnu, and Shrasha are not strangers. They are the perfected reflections of one's own moral nature. Their triad teaches that justice is not an event, but a state of being. It is not fear that maintains the moral order, but awareness of connection, consequence, and truth. Modern Zoroastrians still honor this awareness through prayer and ritual attentiveness. The lighting of the sacred fire, the washing of hands before worship, the daily recitations, all are expressions of mindfulness. Small acts that keep the link between inner and outer order intact. They preserve the same lesson that the ancient Persians once knew, that divinity does not dwell beyond the stars, but in the precision of one's attention to truth. And when one thinks of judgment, of the bridge, the scales, the watchers, it becomes less a scene of fear and more a reflection of serenity. To be weighed by Rashnu is to be known fully. To be seen by Mithra is to be remembered in honesty. To be heard by Shrasha is to be received with compassion. Together, they embody a form of justice that does not destroy the guilty, but awakens the sleeping conscience. Perhaps that is why the Chinvat Bridge is said to widen for the righteous, not because of divine favoritism, but because a clear conscience finds no reason to fear the crossing. The path is firm for those who have walked in awareness. It trembles only for those who have denied it. In this way, the three companions remind humanity that morality is not enforced from without, but cultivated from within. They show that divine judgment is not the end of life's story, but the natural unfolding of truth. And truth, when seen clearly, has no cruelty in it, only balance. So the Zoroastrian soul stands at the bridge, not alone, but surrounded by its eternal companions. Mithra's light shines upon it. Rashnu's scales await. Shrasha listens in the stillness. And in that moment of cosmic reflection, the soul realizes something profound, that heaven was never above. It was always the alignment of light within. Chapter 17. The shadow of Angra Minubi for creation could sing. Before light took shape, there was silence, and within that silence, a shadow stirred. In the Zoroastrian story of the world, that shadow was Angra Mainyu, the destructive spirit, the whisperer of the lie. He was not born from light, but from the will to oppose it. Not a god of his own realm, but a distortion within the realm of truth. To understand him is to understand how ancient Persia saw the nature of evil, not as eternal, but as temporary, a darkness destined from the beginning to fade. The sacred texts of the Avesta describe to primal spirits existing before all things, Spenta Minyu, the beneficent spirit, and Angra Mainyu, the hostile spirit. They are not brothers, nor equals, but opposites in choice. The first chooses truth, or Asha, the order that sustains creation. The second chooses the lie, or Droge, the corruption that seeks to unmake it. Their conflict is the drama of existence itself. Every star, every creature, every human thought is caught between these two orientations, creation or decay, truth or illusion, harmony or chaos. In this vision, evil is not a thing in itself, it is the shadow cast by free will. It emerges wherever awareness turns away from the light of order. Ahura Mazda, the Lord of Wisdom, did not create Angra Mainyu. He merely allowed the possibility of choice. For without the power to turn away, goodness would have no meaning. It is in this allowance that Zoroastrianism finds one of its deepest ideas, that even the divine accepts the risk of imperfection for the sake of freedom. Angra Mainyu, then, is not an eternal rival standing on equal ground with Ahura Mazda. He is a distortion, a corruption of perception, a presence that thrives only as long as consciousness mistakes falsehood for truth. His power is borrowed from ignorance, and just as darkness cannot extinguish light, but only obscure it, so too does Angra Mainyu exist only through concealment. The Vendidad, one of the later Zoroastrian texts, describes him as the father of all demons, devas, beings of disorder, sickness, and deceit. They dwell in places of decay and uncleanliness, in stagnant waters and corrupted minds. Yet even here, their dominion is partial. Every demon, it is said, trembles before the fire, the visible symbol of divine truth. Each time a flame is lit in prayer, the darkness is driven back a little further. In daily Zoroastrian practice, this belief takes physical form. Purity is not merely hygiene, it is moral clarity made visible. To wash one's hands, to keep the home clean, to tend the sacred fire. These acts were seen as small victories against Angra Mainyu. Evil was not defeated in distant heavens. It was diminished through attentiveness. Every lie avoided, every honest act performed, became part of the cosmic resistance against untruth. And yet, this conflict is not portrayed as endless. Unlike many dualistic systems where good and evil are locked in eternal stalemate, Zoroastrian cosmology insists on resolution. Time itself is the instrument of justice. From the moment of creation, Ahura Mazda foresaw the final defeat of the lie. The world, divided between light and shadow, would pass through three great ages: creation, mixture, and purification. In the end, through truth and time, even Angramaynu will lose form. The Frashokereti, the renewal of the world, will come when all souls are cleansed and the universe is restored to perfect harmony. It is a vision both moral and cosmic. Evil, though powerful, is temporary. Its weapons are confusion and despair. Its defeat comes through awareness and endurance. Light does not rush to destroy the shadow. It simply waits, certain that time will dissolve it. But what, truly, is this lie that Zoroastrianism speaks of? It is not simply false speech. It is the deeper habit of turning away from reality, the blindness that makes people believe the temporary is eternal. The selfish is wise, the harmful is harmless. Druge is the inward distortion that makes one forget the sacred order of things. And Angramaynu is the principle that amplifies that distortion, turning it into chaos. The priests of old taught that every human being holds both spentus and devas within, forces of creation and corruption. The world's moral struggle is mirrored inside the mind. When one speaks truth, one strengthens Spentamaynu. When one deceives, one strengthens Angramaynu. The battle is continuous, subtle, and deeply human. It is fought not in grand temples, but in the quiet moments where one decides to act with clarity or concealment. In this way, Zoroastrianism dissolves the distance between cosmic myth and daily life. The destruction of evil is not a miracle that happens elsewhere. It begins in the smallest choices. The world is repaired one honest breath at a time, and yet, the tradition also speaks with compassion about those who fall to the lie. They are not eternally damned. When the Frashokereti arrives, even their souls will be purified through a river of molten metal, a terrifying image, yet one transformed by grace. For the righteous, it will feel like warm milk. For the deceitful, it will burn away falsehood until only truth remains. Nothing that is real can be destroyed. Only illusion suffers, so the end of evil is not annihilation, but restoration, a return to clarity. Angramaynu himself will cease, not through battle, but through dissolution. When truth fills all consciousness, there will be no space left for falsehood to live. It is not victory through violence, but through illumination. Perhaps this is what makes the Zoroastrian worldview so quietly profound. It does not glorify the struggle, but the endurance of light. It teaches that evil exhausts itself, that untruth consumes its own energy until nothing remains but silence. And within that silence, creation begins again in later centuries. When Zoroastrian ideas spread westward, echoes of Angramaynu would appear in other faiths as Satan, Shaitan, but the essence of the Persian understanding remained distinct. Evil was never an equal opposite to God. It was a sickness that time itself would heal. Even today, within Zoroastrian communities, the ancient prayers against the lie are whispered with calm assurance rather than fear. The Ahuna Varya prayer, said to have been the first uttered by Ahura Mazda, still resonates. The will of the Lord is the law of righteousness, the gifts of good mind for the deeds of life. May the dominion of truth be established, and may the lie be destroyed. It is not a cry of war, it is a vow of patience. The speaker does not curse the darkness. They simply affirm the continuity of light. Perhaps this is the wisdom behind all enduring faiths, that the world's moral equilibrium is not maintained by punishment, but by remembrance. To remember truth is to weaken the lie. To remain aware, even in despair, is to become part of the world's healing in the end. Angra Mainyu is not just a being of myth. He is the echo of forgetfulness that haunts every mind. He lives in distraction, in the neglect of meaning, in the casual untruths that chip away at the order of life. But even there, Zoroastrianism offers hope. Every act of clarity reclaims a piece of the cosmos from distortion. Every kind word, every honest thought, every moment of gratitude is a flicker of the sacred fire holding the night at bay. So the story of Angra Mainyu is not one of despair, but of endurance. He is the necessary shadow that makes awareness possible, the challenge through which wisdom proves itself real. For light untested would remain abstract. It is only when faced with darkness that it learns its own strength, and perhaps that is the quiet message that lingers when the ancient hymns fade and the sacred fires dim. That creation, in all its fragility, continues because truth endures longer than deceit. Because the lie, no matter how persuasive, cannot hold its shape forever. It fades, as all shadows must, before the dawn. Chapter 18. The light of Ahura Mazdan, the vast stillness of early dawn. When the horizon softens and the stars begin to fade, ancient Persians believed something sacred stirred in the silence. The first whisper of Ahura Mazda, the Lord of Wisdom. He was not seen, not carved in stone, and never confined to temples. His presence was felt in clarity itself, in light and thought, in the still spaces between the noise of the world. Ahura Mazda is one of the oldest conceptions of a single supreme divinity in recorded history. Long before monotheism took hold elsewhere, Zoroastrian priests spoke of one luminous source from which all goodness flowed. He was not merely a creator, but the very principle of truth. Asha, the cosmic order that keeps all things in harmony. Every sunrise, every honest word, every act of care reflected his being. Unlike many gods of antiquity, Ahura Mazda demanded no blood, no fear, no blind obedience. He asked only for alignment, that one's thoughts, words, and deeds move in accord with truth. To live truthfully was to participate in divinity itself. To deceive or to harm was to step into shadow, away from light. The oldest hymns attributed to the prophet Zarathustra describe Ahura Mazda not as distant or arbitrary, but as consciousness, awareness made luminous. He is called the wise Lord, not because of intellect alone, but because wisdom is his essence. He is truth, thinking itself into being. Every moral act, every moment of clarity, is a small awakening of that divine light within the human heart. To the early followers of Zarathustra, this was a revolution in thought. For in an age when gods were many, and their tempers unpredictable, the idea of a singular source of goodness reshaped the human relationship with the sacred. Ahura Mazda was not one among rivals. He was the ground of all that was real. Light did not compete with darkness, it simply revealed it. In ancient Persian rituals, fire was his most visible symbol. But even the fire was never worshipped. It was honored as the clearest mirror of his truth. To gaze upon it was to remember what purity looked like. It burned without consuming, gave warmth without greed, and glowed without prejudice. In every household, a small flame reminded families that Ahura Mazda's presence was not confined to temples or mountains, but lived in the quiet spaces of daily life, in honesty, in care, in the pursuit of understanding. The priests taught that the divine light could be dimmed, but never extinguished. Even when the world grew cold or hearts turned deceitful, the light of Ahura Mazda waited patient, steady, and unchanging. In that patience lay divine compassion. He did not punish the lost. He simply remained, inviting them to remember in this way. Ahura Mazda differs profoundly from the gods of vengeance that ruled other mythologies. He does not rule by fear, but by awareness. His justice is balance, not retribution. When one strays from truth, the punishment is inherent. The soul becomes dim, disconnected from its own source. And when one returns, the light rushes back, not as reward, but as recognition. Zoroastrian philosophy thus ties divinity to perception. To see clearly is to draw near to Ahura Mazda. To act with awareness is to share in his wisdom. He is not worshipped through submission, but through alignment, through the steady effort to make one's inner world reflect the order of the outer cosmos. In the moral triad, Hukta H. Faster, good thoughts, good words, good deeds lies the simplest expression of his light. Each of these is a ray of divine illumination. Together, they form the bridge between mortal life and eternal truth. They are not commandments, but harmonies, tones that keep the human spirit in tune with the universe. One could say that in the Zoroastrian worldview, salvation is less about divine intervention and more about awakening. The light of Ahura Mazda already burns within every soul. What blinds us is not sin in the sense of guilt, but forgetfulness, the veil of illusion that hides our own luminosity. Thus, prayer becomes an act of remembrance, not petition. The worshipper does not beg for light. They simply turn toward it. In later Persian writings, Ahura Mazda is called the light that knows itself. This phrase captures the heart of Zoroastrian spirituality. God is not beyond or apart. He is the self-awareness of creation, the clarity that arises when confusion dissolves. To be ethical, to be mindful, to be kind. These are not small moral gestures, but cosmic acts. They keep the world in order, preserving the delicate balance between creation and decay. Even as centuries passed and empires changed, the devotion to Ahura Mazda remained quiet and resilient. The Zoroastrians who survived conquest and exile carried his light in simple forms: a lamp, a prayer, a phrase whispered at dawn. They believed that no matter how dark the world became, the light of truth could never be fully extinguished. For even the shadow, they said, owes its shape to the light. And perhaps that is the central mystery of Ahura Mazda, that his presence cannot be defined, only reflected. He is not in the sky, nor in the earth, nor in the fire. He is in the awareness that perceives them all. To know him is not to look outward, but inward. To see clearly, to think kindly, to act justly. These are not ways toward God, but ways of God. For the divine is not found at the end of effort, but within the effort itself. Zarathustra's vision offered humanity a profound form of hope. The world is not doomed to endless conflict between good and evil. It is guided toward restoration. Ahura Mazda's plan, though patient and vast, leads all creation toward Frashokereti, the renewal where light becomes all-encompassing. In that age, every soul, purified of deceit, will perceive truth without shadow. Heaven, then, is not a place beyond time. It is the completion of understanding. The modern mind might wonder, where is this light now in a world so full of confusion? Perhaps it still exists where awareness endures, in the simple honesty of a word kept, in the kindness that expects no return, in the quiet refusal to harm when harm would be easier. Every act of integrity is a spark of Ahura Mazda, every moment of compassion, a flicker of his eternal flame. And so, even if the outer world seems to fall into disorder, Zoroastrian wisdom reminds us that divine light does not depend on circumstance. It shines wherever truth is chosen. It flows through every being that seeks to understand rather than dominate, to heal rather than to harm. It is not something to earn, it is something to remember. In the end, the light of Ahura Mazda is not separate from the one who perceives it. It is the quiet realization that the same consciousness which contemplates truth is itself the reflection of that truth. The sacred fire burns not only in temples, but behind the eyes of those who see clearly. And when one finally understands this, even for a moment, the line between the human and the divine disappears. Perhaps that is why Zoroastrianism speaks not of salvation through fear, but through awareness. For awareness is the light's own language, a silence that understands itself. The fire of Ahura Mazda is still burning, though unseen, within every act of clarity and compassion. It waits, always patient, for those who remember to look inward and find, glowing softly there, the light that never had to be found at all. Chapter 19. The Seasons of the Solin, the world of Zoroastrian thought. Existence is not a straight line leading from birth to death. It moves in circles, vast unfolding circles that mirror the rhythm of the seasons. What blooms must wither, what fades must return. Yet within this turning lies something profound, the understanding that the soul is not trapped in endless repetition, but invited to participate in the eternal renewal of creation itself. The ancients who followed the teachings of Zarathustra did not see life and death as opposites. They were partners in a great, sacred rhythm, like sunlight and shadow on the same mountain face. Each moment, each life, each breath was part of the ceaseless motion through which the universe sought to maintain its balance. In Zoroastrian cosmology, creation itself was born into time through a struggle. Ahura Mazda, the Lord of Light and Wisdom, brought the world into being as a means of refining it, of turning potential into perfection. Every living being, every soul, was given a role in that cosmic process. To live righteously, to act truthfully, to align oneself with Asha, the divine order, was to contribute to this unfolding work. Death, then, was not seen as an end. It was a passage into another form of participation. Just as winter follows autumn and prepares the soil for spring, so too did the soul's departure from the body prepare it for renewal, for movement toward a purer state of being, the Avesta. The sacred scripture of Zoroastrianism often speaks of the soul's journey after death. It describes the crossing of the Chinvat Bridge, where deeds are weighed and truth is tested. For those whose lives reflected Asha, the path widened into light, a passage into harmony. For those who clung to Druj, the lie, the bridge narrowed, and descent followed. Yet even this descent was not eternal. In later interpretations, Zoroastrian scholars and mystics came to see all suffering as temporary, all darkness as something that would one day dissolve when creation was finally restored. That idea of eventual restoration became known as Frashokereti, the great renewal at the end of time. It is said that in that distant dawn, all souls, purified by the fire of divine truth, would rise again into perfection. The earth would be remade, the dead would awaken, and time itself would merge back into eternity. And so, the soul was never regarded as a prisoner. It was a traveler, moving through cycles of purification and learning, always drawn toward the light it once came from, across centuries. This belief shaped how Zoroastrians viewed the world around them. The tending of sacred fires mirrored the tending of one's own inner flame. The agricultural cycles of sowing and reaping became symbols of spiritual cultivation. Every seed planted, every act of care, was part of a cosmic rhythm, the renewal of the good world through good thought, good word, and good deed. It is easy to see why fire stood at the center of their temples. Fire, in its constant motion, never dying yet never the same, embodied the perfect metaphor for the soul. It consumed and transformed, yet always reached upward. Even as it flickered and faded, it promised return. When the Magi, the priestly class, looked to the stars, they too saw cycles, constellations, rising and falling, marking time as surely as the harvest. To them, the heavens reflected the same truth found in the soul, that all movement, when aligned with order, leads not to chaos, but to harmony. There is something deeply calming about that vision. To imagine that nothing is truly lost, only changed, gives a sense of quiet purpose to the flow of days. The Zoroastrians saw birth, struggle, and death not as accidents, but as stages in a sacred process, like the breath of the world inhaling and exhaling through eternity. In the Bundahishan, a later text of Zoroastrian cosmology, it is said that the material world itself was created as a battleground for the forces of truth and falsehood, but also as the means by which falsehood would be overcome. Through the efforts of living souls, through acts of righteousness and care, creation would be healed from within. Humanity was not separate from that healing. It was the instrument of it. This is why the Zoroastrian path places such emphasis on responsibility. Salvation is not received through belief alone, but through action, through living in harmony with the truth that sustains existence. The seasons of the soul, then, are shaped by the quality of one's participation in that ongoing renewal. And yet, even as the doctrine speaks in cosmic terms, it touches something intimately human. Everyone knows the feeling of changing seasons within the heart, the times of growth, loss, silence, and return. The ancient Persians simply saw those inner movements reflected in the structure of the universe itself. To them, spring was more than a time of planting. It was a reminder of divine generosity. Summer represented strength and the height of spiritual vitality. Autumn, the time of letting go, symbolized the natural decline of all that must yield to make space for renewal. And winter, the long quiet, was never feared, for it was the sacred pause before rebirth. Perhaps that is why Zoroastrian rituals around death were marked, not only by mourning but also by reverence for continuity. The dead were not buried but placed in dakmas open-topped towers where the body returned to nature, cleansed by sunlight and air. It was an act of respect for the earth's cycles, ensuring that even in death, no corruption spread to the living world. The soul, meanwhile, continued its journey. For 3 nights, according to ancient custom, prayers and hymns were recited to guide it toward the light. The fire burned, not as a symbol of grief, but as a beacon, a bridge between worlds. In this vision, reincarnation is not a strict wheel of return as in Indian thought. but rather a participation in cycles of restoration, the soul's influence echoing through the generations it inspires, the deeds that ripple outward long after death. Each act of good thought is like planting a seed in the unseen garden of time, and so the Zoroastrian soul, through countless turnings, contributes to Asha, the balance that keeps creation alive. Even the smallest gesture, the kindest word, joins the cosmic renewal. It is not the repetition of lives, but the evolution of being. Over the centuries, as Zoroastrianism influenced later religions, Judaism, Christianity, Islam, echoes of this belief remained. The ideas of resurrection, judgment, and a final purification all trace quiet roots to Persian soil. Yet within Zoroastrianism itself, those concepts stayed tender, not harsh. Punishment was not eternal, and redemption was not rare. The divine plan was one of restoration, of all things finding their true form once more as night deepens. This teaching invites a gentle thought, that the soul's path, like the stars that circle without haste, is not to rush toward an ending, but to keep moving through the turning light. There is patience in this cosmology, an understanding that transformation takes time, and that the rhythm of existence itself is holy. In that light, even suffering becomes part of the cycle. It is the winter of the spirit, not its death. It prepares the ground for spring. What falls away nourishes what will come. Perhaps that is what Zarathustra meant when he spoke of truth as the greatest gift, not simply as moral virtue, but as recognition of the order beneath all things. To live truthfully is to move in harmony with the seasons of the soul, to neither cling nor despair, but to trust the gentle intelligence of time in the end. The Zoroastrian teaching leaves us with an image both humble and vast, a flame flickering in the dark, not frightened by its own fading. It knows that the dawn will come again, and with it, the renewal of all things. And so the soul turns, not in endless repetition, but in eternal participation. Each life, each death, each act of love or courage adds warmth to the great fire that sustains creation. The cycle continues, quietly, endlessly, and perhaps, in listening, you can feel that same rhythm, the slow, sacred turning of your own inner seasons. Chapter 20. The Silent Fires of Persepolis. Among the wind-worn stones of Persepolis, silence carries the memory of flame. What once gleamed with gold and incense, what once echoed with the hymns of fire priests, now lies open to the sky, still yet never fully extinguished. The sacred fires are gone, but their warmth lingers in the air, in the scent of dust and limestone. In the whisper of time that passes between broken columns, Persepolis was not merely a royal city. It was a vision of cosmic order carved into the earth. When Darius I began its construction around 518 BCE, he built more than a capital for his empire. He built a reflection of heaven. Every terrace, every column, every stairway was meant to express harmony with the divine law of Asha. To walk through. Persepolis in its prime was to walk within a living theology. The empire of Persia was bound together not by the sword alone, but by a spiritual idea, that truth, righteousness, and order were the light by which the world was sustained. The fire that burned in Zoroastrian temples symbolized this light, visible and invisible. The radiance of Ahura Mazda shining through matter. When archaeologists unearthed the remains of this city, they found altars, square stone structures once blackened by soot, and fragments of vessels used for ritual purification. The evidence was subtle, often debated, yet unmistakable. Even in the royal courts, amid tribute and ceremony, the worship of fire held its quiet place. Unlike the towering temples of Mesopotamia or Egypt, Zoroastrian worship avoided idols. The divine could not be shaped in human form, for Ahura Mazda transcended all likeness. Instead, the Persians raised open altars, upon which pure flames were kindled and tended. Each spark represented truth, each glow the presence of divine wisdom. To care for that fire was an act of sacred guardianship. It is believed that, within Persepolis, particularly on the northern terrace, where the Apadana and throne hall stood, there were places of quiet devotion. The royal inscriptions of Darius and Xerxes often invoked Ahura Mazda as the giver of kingship, the protector of truth. They wrote not of conquest for its own sake, but of maintaining Asha in a world ever threatened by Druge, the lie. Imagine a dawn in that vanished age. The first light rising over the Zagros mountains. The air still and clear. In the temple precincts, a priest in white robes approaches the altar. Before him, a small flame trembles, pure, unpolluted by breath or shadow. He whispers the sacred verses of the yasna, the ancient Zoroastrian liturgy. The fire responds with a soft crackle, a sound that might have been to ancient ears. The voice of the divine itself. This ritual was not about asking for favor or forgiveness. It was about alignment, the continual effort to keep the world in balance with the truth that sustains it. Fire was the bridge between realms, between human action and divine will, between the visible and the eternal, over the centuries. As the Persian Empire expanded and contracted, these sacred fires traveled with it. In distant satrapies, from Anatolia to Bactria, small sanctuaries mirrored the great ones of Persepolis. The priests who tended them, the Athrivans, kept alive the idea that the divine could dwell in clarity, in light, in the purest form of matter. When Alexander the Great invaded in 330 BCE, Persepolis burned. The flames that had symbolized divine order became, for a moment, the fire of destruction. Ancient sources disagree on whether the blaze was deliberate revenge or drunken accident, but what is certain is that it marked the twilight of Achaemenid glory. And yet, the fire itself, as symbol, as living presence, endured, even as the palaces fell to ash. The Zoroastrian idea of light as truth and fire as consciousness continued to burn in temples and hearts across Persia. Centuries later, travelers who came upon the ruins described them with awe. Some thought they had found the Palace of Solomon. Others saw in the carvings of winged figures and animals a hidden code of lost wisdom. To the people who lived nearby, Persepolis, Toti Jamshid, the throne of the mythic king, was more than ruin. It was a reminder that what is sacred may sleep, but it does not vanish. Modern archaeology has revealed much, but not everything. Beneath the precision of stonework, beneath the inscriptions praising kings, lies a silence that cannot be translated. The silence of faith expressed not in words, but in endurance. Persepolis was built on terraces that rose like steps toward heaven. Each level, each hall, carried meaning. The Apadana, with its grand reliefs of tribute bearers from across the empire, celebrated unity through order. The Tripolitan treasury reflected the administrative soul of the empire, rational, structured, governed by cosmic principle. But perhaps the deepest symbol lies not in what was built, but in what was sustained, the small, unwavering fires that sanctified the space. Some scholars suggest that Certain open-air platforms within Persepolis, particularly those aligned with solar angles, may have served ritual purposes, connected to the observation of celestial cycles. If so, the city was both temple and calendar, a stone prayer timed to the rhythm of the sun. In Zoroastrian thought, light was not only physical illumination, but the manifestation of moral clarity. To see clearly was to live rightly. Thus, the architecture of Persepolis, with its open courtyards, its deliberate interplay of shadow and sun, embodied the same teaching. The walls did not enclose the sacred, they framed it. The sacred fire itself was never for spectacle. It was hidden, protected from wind and impurity, fed with clean wood and fragrant oil. Its care required constant mindfulness. A lapse was not a simple mistake. It was a breach in cosmic order. Every priest, every worshipper, was a participant in maintaining that balance. Today, when visitors stand among the columns, they may not see the fire, but they feel its echo. The sunlight that falls between broken capitals glows in much the same way. The air hums with the memory of chants that once praised wisdom as the highest good. In that stillness, one can almost sense that Persepolis remains, in spirit, a living altar. What fascinates historians is how the Zoroastrian ritual system blended cosmic philosophy with daily discipline. Fire altars were not confined to royal centers. They appeared in domestic spaces too, in smaller forms, simple hearths where prayers were whispered before meals or work. The divine was not distant. It was present in every act of purity and care. That same concept lived on through centuries of change. When the Parthians rose, and later the Sassanids, Zoroastrianism remained the spiritual backbone of Persia. Great fires like Adar Farnbag, Adar Gushnasp, and Adar Berzanmir were revered as embodiments of divine energy, each representing different aspects of existence: priesthood, warriors, and farmers. The idea of eternal flame persisted even when empires fell in this way. The ruins of Persepolis are more than an archaeological site. They are part of an unbroken spiritual geography, one that stretches from the earliest hymns of the Avesta to the flickering lamps still burning in fire temples today. From Yazd to Mumbai, even now, Zoroastrians gather before the flame to recite the same ancient prayers. Asham, Vohu, Fahishtam, Asti. Truth is the best of all good. The cadence of those words has not changed in 3,000 years. It is a language older than empire, older than the stone that forms the platform of Persepolis. To listen closely to that continuity is to feel something profound. That devotion is stronger than time. The empire that once called itself eternal lies in fragments, but the fire that symbolized its heart still burns quietly across the world, tended by hands that remember. Perhaps that is the truest legacy of Persepolis, not its grandeur, but its endurance. The sacred fire was always meant to be silent, after all, not roaring, not consuming, but steady. A quiet illumination, like wisdom itself. The ruins remind us that civilizations, like flames, pass through stages of brilliance and decline. But the principle that gives them light, the search for truth, the reverence for clarity, can never be destroyed. It passes invisibly through time, igniting new minds, new hearts. As dusk falls over Persepolis, the stones seem almost to glow. The desert wind moves softly through the columns. Somewhere far away, in a modern temple, a flame is being kindled anew. The same gesture, the same light, the same prayer whispered into silence. The ancient empire fades, but its fire never dies. And in that persistence, that quiet, enduring glow, the story of Persepolis still speaks. Chapter 21. The Return of the Saviors. Sociansin, the quiet architecture of Zoroastrian time. The world is not an endless circle, but a journey, a long unfolding that moves toward restoration. Creation began in purity, was invaded by falsehood, and must one day be renewed. This vision does not end in despair, but in reunion. For at the close of time, the Saviors will come, the bringers of light. The word Sociant means one who brings benefit or one who will save. In the earliest hymns of the Avesta, it referred not to a single being, but to all who worked toward truth and healing. Anyone who helped restore the world through good thought, good word, and good deed could be called a sect. But as the faith evolved, the term took on a prophetic dimension, a vision of those destined to arise in each era, culminating in one final Redeemer at the end of all things. In the Zoroastrian cosmology, time itself is divided into great ages, for cycles of 3,000 years each. The first belongs to creation, when Ahura Mazda shaped the universe in perfection. The second begins when Angra Mainyu, the spirit of deceit and corruption, pierces that creation with his darkness. The third age is the long struggle, the time of human history, of moral testing, of prophets and kings. And the final age, still to come, is the age of renewal, the Frashokereti, when evil will be defeated and all life made new again. It is in that last era that the Sociant will appear, according to the texts of the Bundahishan and the Zandai Vahum Yasht. 3 saviors are destined to arise, each born from a miraculous union between divine light and the sacred seed of Zarathustra, preserved in the depths of a lake called Kansava, or sometimes Kans. There, at the appointed times, maidens of great purity will bathe, and through the mystery of divine conception, the saviors will be born Uxiatareta, he who makes righteousness grow, Uxiat Nima, he who makes devotion grow, and the last and greatest Astvatereta, he who embodies righteousness. He is the final Sociant, the restorer of the world. To understand this vision, one must see beyond the literal. The Sociant is both person and principle, the spirit of awakening that moves through time. Each represents the culmination of the struggle between Asha and Druj, between truth and falsehood in their age. They are not conquerors of nations, but healers of being. In Zoroastrian belief, the Sociant does not appear to destroy, but to mend. He comes at the end of the world's long sickness, when greed, deceit, and decay have reached their height. His arrival signals the beginning of purification. The dead shall rise, not as ghosts or shadows, but as living, perfected beings. The metals of the earth shall melt, flowing like a river of fire, through which all souls must pass. But to the righteous, this molten stream will feel as warm milk, cleansing, not burning. Only the lie will perish within it. This image of a world reborn through fire is central to Zoroastrian eschatology. It is not the wrath of punishment, but the radiance of truth revealed. When the final Sociant leads humanity through that trial, the forces of darkness, long weakened, will dissolve entirely. Time itself will be purified, and creation will stand again as it was meant to be, whole, luminous, without corruption. In this renewed world, no shadow will remain. The earth will yield fruit without labor, the air will be without poison, and even those who once opposed truth will be reconciled. It is said that Angra Mainyu, the spirit of evil, will vanish, not slain, but rendered powerless, like darkness at sunrise. For Zoroastrians, this is not a story of vengeance, but of cosmic healing. The Sociant restores what was lost, reunites what was divided. Death, the last distortion, will cease to exist. The souls of the righteous will live forever in radiant bodies, sustained by spiritual food, under the light of Ahura Mazda. What makes this doctrine remarkable is its serenity. Unlike many apocalyptic visions, it carries no terror. The end of the world is not destruction, but renewal. The coming of the Sociant is not to punish humanity, but to awaken it. Even the idea of resurrection here feels peaceful, a quiet rising. Like dawn after the longest night, scholars have long noted how Zoroastrian eschatology influenced later Abrahamic traditions, the concepts of a final savior, a resurrection of the dead, a last judgment, and the purification of the world through fire all appear later in Judaism. Christianity and Islam sometimes transformed, sometimes preserved. In this way, the Sociant may be one of the earliest ancestors of the world's messianic hope, but within Zoroastrianism itself, that hope remains uniquely balanced. There is no eternal damnation, no endless war between light and dark. Evil is temporary, a mistake of existence that must be corrected, not an equal to good. The world's suffering is real, but not final. Every human act of truth contributes to its healing. In that sense, every soul shares in the work of the Soshwain. In the ancient liturgies, the coming of the Savior is not merely awaited, it is prepared for. The Farvadin Yasht honors the spirits of the righteous who will rise to assist him. The Zamiad Yasht describes the gathering of heroes and divine beings when the final battle between truth and falsehood begins. But this battle is symbolic, a moment when the lie loses coherence and fades. The Sociant's weapons are not swords, but words. He teaches truth, and by truth the illusion collapses. In that moment, the duality that defined creation, the constant opposition of good and evil, will dissolve into unity. The struggle will end not because evil is crushed, but because it no longer finds anything to hold on to. It is said that when the Sociant comes, he will recite the ancient Ahunavar prayer, the same cosmic utterance with which Ahura Mazda first ordered creation. Its sound will ripple through the universe, restoring every fragment to harmony. Stars will shine more brightly, waters will run pure, and the souls of all living things will awaken to their divine purpose. Yet Zoroastrian thought leaves room for humility. No one knows when this time will arrive. It is not a date on a calendar, but a condition of being. Some interpretations suggest that the Sociant will not appear until humanity itself becomes ready, when enough truth has been spoken, enough compassion shown, enough falsehood released. This transforms the prophecy into something intimate. The end of the world, in a sense, begins within. Each moment of moral awakening, each act of clarity, is a small resurrection, a quiet rehearsal of the greater renewal to come. Perhaps that is why the Avestan hymns describe not one Savior, but many. There are the three foretold Redeemers, yes, but also the countless Sociants of daily life. The teacher who speaks wisdom, the healer who eases pain, the person who refuses deceit, all participate in the restoration of creation. The Great Sociant is the culmination of their collective light. In the later Sassanid period, this teaching took on poetic imagery. Texts describe the final savior as riding a shining chariot, surrounded by the resurrected righteous, while the dawn of the new world spreads behind him. But even then, the tone remains tranquil. The victory is inevitable, already written into the nature of existence. The only question is how soon humanity will align itself with that truth. Modern Zoroastrians still speak of the Sushant, though often in more symbolic terms. Some see him as the awakening of conscience within each person, the moment when humanity finally learns to live according to Asha. Others hold to the ancient vision, trusting that a true savior will indeed arise to complete the world's renewal. In both understandings, the same hope endures, that good will prevail not through power, but through illumination. It is a belief that offers deep comfort. The world, however dark it may seem, is not abandoned. Its pain is not endless. There is a design beneath the disorder, a current of divine wisdom moving quietly toward restoration. The Sushant is both its symbol and its promise. In the end, time itself will bow before truth. The last falsehood will vanish like mist before sunrise. The living and the dead will stand together in light, and the long struggle of existence will find rest in harmony. And yet, there remains a gentle mystery in it all. If time truly bends toward completion, if peace is indeed the final horizon, what does it mean for the small moments of striving now? Perhaps the answer lies in the whisper of the ancient prayer, repeated by the faithful for millennia. Asham Vohu Fashit. Truth is the best of all good. Every time that truth is spoken, the Sushant moves a little closer. Every spark of goodness, every act of compassion, every effort toward clarity, it all adds light to the gathering dawn. Time bends toward completion. Peace leans quietly toward eternity. And within every soul, the light of renewal waits to be born. Chapter 22. The Bridge Beyond All Bridges. The soul's rest in Zoroastrian belief. Every journey of the soul begins and ends with light. From that light, all things were born. Into that light, all things will return. Between those two horizons lies the span of existence, the bridge every being must one day cross. For most of its history, the faith spoke often of that crossing, the Chinvat Bridge, the bridge of judgment. At death, it was said, each soul would meet its own truth there. The righteous would find the bridge wide and easy, leading them across into radiant meadows. The wicked would find it narrow, sharp as a blade, and fall into the darkness below. Yet even this was not eternal damnation, but correction, a process through which the soul, however lost, would eventually find its way back to light. But what comes after even that? Zoroastrianism, in its deepest teaching, envisions a moment when there will be no bridge left to cross, no separation between light and shadow, no need for weighing deeds or dividing souls. When all purification is complete, the soul's journey ends not in a place, but in a return to Ahura Mazda, the infinite source of truth and being. This moment is called the Frashokereti, the renewal, the making fresh again. It is the end of time as we know it, and yet it is also the restoration of what has always been true. The entire cosmos, once fragmented by the intrusion of evil, will be made whole. All souls, righteous and repentant alike, will be cleansed in the river of molten metal, their impurities melted away. What remains is not punishment, but essence, the pure flame of being that belongs to the divine. In that final light, individuality softens. The soul does not lose itself, but becomes transparent, a perfect reflection of truth. Heaven and earth cease to be separate realms. They merge into one living reality. The fire of Ahura Mazda burns through everything, not as destruction, but as illumination. The One of the later Zoroastrian cosmological texts describes this last state with remarkable gentleness. It says that when the final purification is complete, when evil has vanished, the Creator will reshape the world so that all things are everlasting, unaging, undying. The resurrected souls will stand upon an earth renewed, free of hunger, disease, and decay. The mountains will melt into plains, the seas will become sweet water, and all creation will exist in harmony. There will be no night, no need for fire, for all will glow with their own light. And then the bridge will no longer be needed, for the Chinvat Bridge only exists in a divided world, one where the living and the dead, the pure and the impure, stand apart. Once unity is restored, judgment dissolves into understanding. The soul's passage is complete. It is said that at that moment, the Sociant, the final savior, will lead creation into the presence of Ahura Mazda. The ancient hymns speak of a vast gathering, not of individuals seeking reward, but of beings recognizing themselves as facets of a single, infinite truth. The souls will sing the Ahuna Verya, the primal prayer of creation, and their voices will blend into the sound of the universe itself, a tone beyond time, a hymn of return. In that return, there is no hierarchy, no higher or lower, no chosen and rejected. Every creature, from the first spark of fire to the last breath of humanity, finds its place in the circle of light. Even those who once strayed into the shadow of Druj are healed, for, in the end, falsehood itself disappears. What is left is the pure pattern of Asha truth, order, rightness, shining in everything that exists. This vision of cosmic peace is among the most serene in all of ancient theology. It carries no war, no thunder, no eternal judgment. Instead, it whispers that every wound will close, every soul will rest, and even time itself will stop striving. Some Zoroastrian commentaries describe this state as Anagra, endless light. It is not a heaven in the common sense, not a place of reward or golden dwellings. It is more like awareness without division, peace without borders. When the Gathas, the oldest Zoroastrian hymns, speak of this final rest, they do so with profound simplicity. Zarathustra prays not for personal gain, but for the house of song, the realm where truth and good mind dwell. He asks that the soul may reach that abode and dwell with Ahura Mazda forever. That dwelling, however, is not distant. It exists within the same order that shapes fire, water, and breath. It is the home of all light. In this sense, the soul's final rest is both cosmic and intimate. The same flame that blazes in the stars burns quietly within the heart. To return to the divine light is to recognize that it was never truly separate. The bridge was always an illusion of the in-between, a necessary passage for understanding, not an eternal divide. When the bridge vanishes, it is not because the soul has ceased to exist, but because it has awakened fully. Judgment ends because clarity is complete. No more weighing of deeds. The truth is self-evident. No more reward or punishment, only harmony. And perhaps that is the most radical beauty of Zoroastrian thought, that salvation is universal, and peace inevitable. The universe, no matter how long its struggle, cannot help but return to light. In modern practice, Zoroastrians still hold prayers for the soul's journey after death. The Patet Pashamani, a prayer of repentance, asks for forgiveness not out of fear, but longing for reunion. It seeks alignment with Asha, the path of truth that leads naturally back to the source. At funerals, the sacred fire burns continuously for 3 days and nights, symbolizing the light guiding the soul across the bridge. But beyond that crossing, silence reigns, for what words can describe a return to the infinite? Perhaps it is fitting that the faith of fire ends in silence, not the silence of emptiness, but of completion, like the stillness that follows a song when every note has found its place. One might imagine that moment, the last echoes of the ancient hymns fading over a world newly made, the air clear, the earth luminous, all hearts at rest. It is a vision so gentle that it does not need grandeur to move us. It speaks softly of the destiny of all things, not annihilation, but return, not judgment, but understanding. In that stillness, even the distinction between heaven and earth dissolves. They are one continuous light, reflected in every form, and if we listen closely, the teaching invites a personal echo. The Frashokereti is not only the future of the cosmos, it is also the quiet transformation within each soul. Whenever one lets go of falsehood, when one forgives, when one returns to clarity, that too is renewal. A smaller Frashokereti unfolding inside the heart. The bridge beyond all bridges is not a structure to cross, but a realization to awaken to, that there was never truly any distance between you and the divine. The light you seek is the same that sees through your eyes. At the end of all journeys, there is only that recognition. The soul, long wandering, finally rests. The fire that once burned to purify now burns to illuminate. And in that brightness, soft, endless, and silent, creation exhales. Heaven and earth are one again, and you, too, may rest in that same light tonight.